मॅडम दोन येतो येतो काम हॅलो हॅलो हॅलो. हॅलो प्रमोद सर, आवाज येतोय? हॅलो. येतोय? हॅलो प्रमोद सर. हॅलो. 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 मनोज सर, आवाज येतोय का? मनोज सर. हॅलो.
So, good morning and welcome everyone. Can you hear me till the last? Okay. So, good morning. Thank you for joining us. My name is Shruti Badguzar, final year computer science student, and
I am Ishwari Nemade, second year computer science student, and we welcome you all on behalf of GH Raisoni Institute of Engineering and Business Management, Jalgaon. I am so grateful to welcome our delegates to the International AI Summit. I feel privileged to open this event and stand here where many accomplished people who are admired and looked up to once stood.
as it is a practice in Indian culture that usually before the commence of any sort of auspicious programs or ceremonies, there is the lighting of the lamp, which signifies a good start. So, I would like to invite all the dignitaries on the dais for the lamp lighting ceremony. Please, ma'am, please, sir. या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्कर प्रभृतिभिर्देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती सरस्वती भगवती
Today, we will be having various guests, eminent academicians, and industry experts for this session in presence of Honorable Director Dr. Preeti Agrawal ma'am, Honorable Deputy Director Dr. Pranav Charkha sir, and our guest of honor Mr. Bhushan Patil, co-founder of Multiply Ventures Bangalore, and the chief guest Dr. Prashant Shah, Associate Professor SVNIT Surat. Dr. Amruta Vishnu Lipare, Assistant Professor Triple IT Pune, and Mr. Deepak Pradhan, Senior Member of Technical Staff, Maven Year System AI and Resource and Development. And post-lunch sessions, we will be with Mr. Pon Sudhir Sajan, Technical AI Trainer, Spartificial Innovations, Mr. Yash Yadav, CEO, Spartificial Innovations, Mr. Abhigyanam Giri, Director, IndEyes Solutions, and Mr. Rohit Kukreza, the Software Design Engineer, IndEyes Solution, and Mr. Yogesh Murumkar, Director, Bharat Soft Solutions.
Now, talking about our institute, Raisoni Group is a synonym of quality education. Raisoni Group is a conglomerate of 53 colleges, 115 courses, and more than 30,000 students across Nagpur, Pune, Saukheda, Jalgaon, and Amravati. We at GH Raisoni Institute of Engineering and Business Management, Jalgaon, Maharashtra, set a picturesque and the modern campus. The institute was established by GHR Education Foundation Society in 2007 and is one of the first autonomous unaided private engineering and management institution in the North Maharashtra region and is accredited with NAC A grade. Our institute is affiliated to KBC North Maharashtra University, Jalgaon, and is approved by AICTE, DTE, and the Government of Maharashtra since its inception in 2007 and imparts high quality education, training, research and development, and values to its students. Many of its alumni are employed in leading positions in industry, academia, and government in both Indian and abroad. It's also one of the highest student-centric campuses in India. The G.H. Raisoni Institute of Engineering and Business Management, Jalgaon provides a perfect blend of wisdom and experience to young minds. Our meticulously designed education system inculcates impact learning chapters, expert-led courses, competitive attitude, and sensitivity to tap innovation in the teaching approach and ensuring a comprehensive development of students. In the field of management and technical education, we have ensured to carve an irreplaceable niche. The institute is affiliated to the Kavayatri Bahinabai Chowdhury North Maharashtra University, Jalgaon. It is approved by All India Council for Technical Education, New Delhi, AICTE.
Now, briefing you about the AI Summit for what we all have gathered here. The Department of Artificial Intelligence at GH Raisoni Institute of Engineering and Business Management, Jalgaon, has organized an international AI Summit in association with IEI, Institution of Engineers India Student Chapter, Nashik, Cognida.ai, Spartificial Innovations Private Limited, and IndEyes Infotech Private Limited. This summit can bring a lot of value to scholars, young scientists, industry professionals, and the youngest entrepreneurs working in the artificial intelligence and machine learning. It is our motto to help students connect to the latest trends in AI worldwide. Exposure to industry is very important at any stage in students' life. Thus, International AI Summit brings together leading industrialists to guide the students in field of artificial intelligence and to motivate them in building a new era of technology, thus inspiring change towards modern society and building the hype towards the magic of AI.
Before we proceed, let's fulfill some other rituals as welcoming our guests affectionately. For that, I'll request Honorable Dr. Preeti Agarwal Ma'am, Director RGI, to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Prashant Shah Sir, Associate Professor, SVNIT Surat, with a bouquet of flowers.
I will request Honorable Dr. Pranav Charkha Sir, Deputy Director RGI, to welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Bhushan Patil, co-founder of Multiply Ventures Bangalore, with a bouquet of flowers.
Now, I'll request Honorable Dr. Pranav Charkha Sir, Deputy Director RGI, to welcome our guest, Mr. Yogesh Murumkar Sir, Director Bharatsoft Solutions, with a bouquet of flowers.
I will request Professor Pramod Gosavi Sir to welcome Mr. Deepak Pradhan, Senior Member of Technical Staff, Mavenir System, with a bouquet of flowers.
Now I'll request Professor Swati Patil ma'am to welcome our guest Dr. Amruta Lipare ma'am, Assistant Professor, IIIT Pune with a bouquet of flowers.
I will request Professor Ankur Pandey sir to welcome our guest Mr. Pon Sudhir Sajan, Technical AI Trainer at Spartificial Innovations with a bouquet of flowers.
I'll request Dr. Mohit Tomar sir to please welcome our guest Mr. Yash Yadav, CEO Spartificial Innovations with a bouquet of flowers.
I will request Dr. Prem Narayan Arya sir to welcome our guest Mr. Abhigyanam Giri.
Mayank Ramdev.
I will request Dr. Mayank sir to welcome our guest Mr. Abhigyanam Giri, Director, IndEyes Solution with a bouquet of flowers.
And now I'll request Professor Sheetal Jadhav ma'am to welcome our guest Mr. Rohit Kukureza, Software Design Engineer, IndEyes Solutions with a bouquet of flowers. Now I would like to request Dr. Preeti Agarwal ma'am to please share her views with us.
Good morning, everyone. Respected dignitaries on the dais and of the dais, it's our proud privilege to welcome you all for this first ever offline international summit on our campus, which is being organized in collaboration with IE India, Cognidia, Spartificial, and IndEyes. I am thankful to all the collaborative partners for making this summit happen, and it gives us immense pleasure to have you all here on the campus. On the dais, we have the guest of honor, Mr. Bhushan Patil, co-founder of Multiply Ventures. Bhushan Patil is our Khandesh ka Bhushan actually. His parents have named him very apt, and he has proved to his name that he all of more than his parents, we are proud of Mr. Bhushan Patil. And it is I'm really delighted, Bhushan, to welcome you here on the campus of the institution. I am extremely delighted to welcome Professor Prashant Shah from SVNIT Surat. So it's a best combination, sir, that we are having a forum for the interaction, interchanging of ideas, discussion, and sharing the ideas, good networking amongst all the stakeholders. The summit is to bring on the floor all the stakeholders from industries, from academics, the students who are actually future of India and who will be making the future technologies and in machine learning and AI. So I appreciate the efforts of everyone at the computer science department, along with my colleague Dr. Pranav Charkha, Deputy Director of the institution, coordinator for this AI summit, Professor Swati Patil Madam, Arya Sir, Tomar Sir, Pramod Gosavi Sir, Sheetal Patil Madam, and everyone at the computer department, and all the dear students who have worked very hard for behind the screen to make this happen, because this summit is very very important for us. As all of us in the audience, we have Dr. Amruta Lipane from IIT Pune, Mr. Deepak Pradhan, a senior technologist from Manvi Systems, who will be delivering their expert talks in parallel in 3 sessions along with Dr. Prashant Shah sir. We will be having it. So we welcome you for today's panel expert session, sir and madam. All the delegates present here, faculty members from RGI campuses of Raisoni RGI campus, Pune, Nagpur, Saikheda, and Amravati, and the students representative. We heartily welcome you all. It's a privilege to acknowledge the presence of Pranav Charkha sir. and Swati Patil madam and sir on the floor. Sir, as the name suggests, artificial intelligence. We humans feel that we are different and we are known to be intelligent because that is our unique uh, uh, speciality. But now, when we talk about artificial intelligence, so this is the technology. What that is what I understand, that which is making machine to mimic the human intelligence. So what for what this human is known, we are known that we are very intelligent, we learn from our experiences, we can we do reasoning, we can take decisions, we have problem solving approach, and we can react to the environment, that is we can sense the environment and we can change our behavior accordingly by after taking the inputs from the environment. And I am told artificial intelligence is doing all these things. So what is the difference between we humans and artificial intelligence? And this artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, deep learning, it has impacted our daily life like anything. It is already, it is not a future technology, I will not tell. So it has already impacted us right from in the daily morning. We are using smartphones, face recognition, smart devices, smart we are using smart cameras, and this technology is using behaving like human, from playing chess on the computer to having driverless cars. So this is how it is impacting. So in the industry has already entered into 4.0, where we have gone one step ahead of automation. Now machines are learning, machines are not like programmed, that the algorithms are written and machine will program and we will get the output. Machines are actually talking to each other, machines are sensing the environment, machines are ready to take the input and they are behaving like human being to solve the problems. So whatever we do, the AI is doing everything. So what is our concern as an educational institution is that the students who are learning today in the institute, or the students who are in the schools today, will be doing the job which are not, which may not be existing currently in future. Whatever job they will be doing, it is not like AI and machine learning will be displacing the job and there will not be opportunities for our young graduates. It may be so that job market will change completely. Maybe there will not be job for life concept. That is what I feel, because previously once you get a job in a dream company, the student used to feel abhi zindagi ban gayi hai. But I feel it is not so now, because in a company like Persistent and Infosys, they say 30% of their workforce work workforce is freelancer. They are freelancers, they are not their permanent employee, they are working for a particular job. They have a team from A, B, C, D, from working from various domains. They come together, they complete the job of company A, then they switch to company B and company C, switch like this. So we have to change an educational institution, and being an autonomous institution, we have that freedom over the curriculum, that we can design our curriculum tune with the expectations of the industries. And that is why, as Pranav Charka sir was sharing with the dignitaries in the conference room, that we have, like, if 128 credits are there, 160 credits are there for an engineering program, and if they earn 20 credit more of other engineering branch, the students can do a minor in computer science or minor in AI and major in mechanical engineering. So likewise, we have such provision on the campus. Beautifully, we have committed to implement National Education Policy 2020 on Raisoni campus, and we have taken many steps in this regard, and we are truly delivering multidisciplinary approach in our curriculum. We already have that. We promote our students to opt for NPTEL courses, Swayam courses, or any other courses of upgrade, like technologies, Microsoft, or some our aligned partners who are sitting here. They can give them some projects. So these projects, two credits are opened in every semester, wherein students can opt for the course of his or her choice. And for that reason, we have already registered all the students on academic bank of credit. So this academic bank of credit will be taking care of the students, wherein there will be multiple exit, multiple entry. So we are offering them a buffet. The student will be deciding how this 160 credit he is going to earn. So that kind of flexibility we are bringing, because now as educational institution we need to change. We cannot only generate the graduates, issuing them degrees, passing out of the university, but creating lots of unemployment around, because these graduates have to be employable. They should be ready to start their own ventures. So innovation incubation cell in the campus is very much vibrant, and we have lots of fund allocated to incubate the ideas of the students. Recently, two of our team, they won the at a national level in Smart India Hackathon. The team from computer engineering and team from civil engineering, they have bagged the prize of 1 lakh rupees each. So at national level, our students. So it is not that the students in the rural region, they have very high caliber, they are very committed, they want to grow. The only thing is that they need opportunity. So if we work hard on these students, they can bring laurels to the institution, and they can grow like anything, contributing to the economy of India. So this is how we have to change. And what is our approach? That gone are the days of specialization, mechanical, civil, AI, data science, management. So we need to have multidisciplinary approach now. So from specialization to multidisciplinary approach, that should be there. And at Raisoni campus we have almost 12 different branches, and in canteen when our students interact with each other, beautiful projects are coming up in collaboration with MBA students and engineering students. Civil engineering team, which has won a first prize in Ernakulam, they have done a project using computers. JavaScript में उन्होंने program लिखा था. So this is how the multidisciplinary approach is there, and we are promoting it. That is what I want to share with the house. Another thing is that competition. So competition, that word has, we have to remove that word from the minds of the students, that we have to come out of that number game. The competition we are replacing with the collaboration in different departments, in different streams. If we do that, we can do wonders. So this AI, where AI is everywhere, where machines are doing the job which a human can do. So the lots of things are being done on data. So sir, as a management graduate, my innocent question to the house, lots of interaction and panel discussion will be there. So my innocent question is there, what will be the role of business ethics in AI in future? That is my question. Because when you are doing everything, so I am really scared कि सब कुछ तो होने वाला है, whatever I am doing machine is also going to do. So what will the role of business ethics in artificial intelligence? My another question is, what will be the role of big data? Is it going to happen so कि जिसके पास डेटा है वो अमीर है? One who has biggest data, he will be rich. So is that is the future? So I want to know from you all that lots of interaction and sharing of ideas, brainstorming is going to happen, and you will be bringing many new ideas on the floor. So I am equally excited like these students to many things, what is happening in this technology, what is the future of technology. Application we already know as a consumer, but at the side of the other side of the that is what we intend to do. We want to offer best of the teaching learning on the in the Raisoni institution to the students, and we are always open to bring new things, new idea, new teaching learning, new methodology to the student, implementing each and every policy which has been introduced by MHRD, Government of Maharashtra, and AICT. So with this, I take your leave. Once again, I welcome all the dignitaries from industries, from academics, all the student delegates, and I hope there will be very exciting session. Great learning will be there. We will enjoy all the session, because AI I find is a very interesting subject, as a management graduate, though don't know how to script the things, but I'm really excited to know everything, and lots of sharing, caring, growing together, and learning from each other will be happening today. Thank you so much, and I welcome you all once again.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for always gracing us with your prized possessions.
We have our guest of honor on this special occasion, Mr. Bhushan Patil, co-founder Multiply Ventures Financial Services Bangalore, to address us. But before I pass the control, I would like to brief you about him. He has done his bachelor's in mechanical engineering from Pune University and master's in product design from IIT Bombay. He shares his work experience at Yahoo as a senior product manager for 2 years, at Alibaba.com as a director for 5 years, at Paytm as a president, and is currently working as a co-founder and investor at Multiply Ventures Bangalore. He shares an overall experience of 33 years in different industries till date. Passing the control to you, sir.
Yeah. Can everybody hear me backside? You're not sleeping? Okay, okay. Can you wave your hands? Okay, good, good, good. So, good morning, everybody. First of all, let me thank the Raisoni Institute and all the dignitaries here for inviting me as well as the other members here. Uh, from my experience, I've just felt that while we talk about industry institute partnerships, there can be more, and it's not just industry to institution, but institution to industry also, and which is required. Just to open this whole 2 day session, uh, let me also share you some data, right? And maybe it's exciting for some of the people who would be passing out in next couple of years from here. Is, do you know how many jobs are created in India every year for IT or computers related kind of fraternities? Anybody, any guesses? 10,000, 20,000. So we in India is about 5 lakh jobs, 5 lakh, right? Jobs in around IT and IT related services. So whoever is doing engineering now, if he's passing out, he is possibly looking for this 5 lakh opportunities. But just to tell you now the power or the kind of basically the size of the space of data, AI, ML by 2026, right? Just next to 3 to 4 years, world has to generate 1.1 crore jobs. These are newly created. They are not replacement that somebody is going to move US from Infosys, so he'll be replaced by a new guy here. No, these are new jobs which will be created, like 20 times bigger than what we are seeing every year. So that's a power and requirement of this particular field. And why it is required? Because this is the space, this is the fraternity, or the, I would say, a stream which actually spans across every stream. So data, AI, ML, or whatever you guys are going to look at next 2 days is not going to touch only like a computer science or IT kind of a related, I would say, verticals, but it also gets into mechanical, bioinformatics, biology, medical, everywhere. And that's why the basically this is a choice for you to kind of get into every other stream. So you can actually do AI course here, and you can might be in NASA doing something for space research. You might be in mechanical engineering doing something. You might be stress testing some of the bridges, being a civil engineering kind of field, architectural field, even government for that matter, right? A lot of our financial systems today, UPI, etc., actually learning a lot more from the data what all of us are transacting. So that's the power of this thing. So I would say what you are doing right now is it's very interesting field. This is the first time happening in the history, maybe last hundreds years of engineering, that one engineering factor kind of vertical you can actually get into other verticals on your first job itself. So you don't have to only get into computer engineering, you can actually be data science engineer getting into biotech spaces also, or even a medical healthcare department also, or verticals also. So that's, with that I would just say this power is there. Second one is, I think you as an institute has done a great job of hosting this thing. And third, I've also seen that some of you have also won awards recently in some of the Kerala and some of the kind of contests. So you are not far behind, right? So in other branches, what happens is the hierarchical model, right? The US universities may have a little bit of a leapfrogging. Maybe bigger cities have next, and maybe smaller cities next. It is not like that. This science, data science, AI, etc., is just 2 3 year old kind of, or maybe 5 year old field. So you are not like sitting like hundreds of years behind from a technology or learning perspective. Most of the thing what you're going to learn today is just 3 to 5 year old. It came in your life. It versus mechanical, possibly what comes in your life, what you study would have come maybe 100 years before, right? So all of this is evolving as you're studying. So keep your eyes open, study as much as possible, do lateral kind of development of your skills. And with that, I would say I just wanted to have I again welcome everybody here. Thanks for listening to us, and I think next 2 days will be very interesting for all of you to kind of leverage all of the experts here, and happy to share as much all of the what we can do to help you at least find certain aspirations in each of these fields. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for addressing us.
We have the chief guest, Dr. Prashant Shah sir, to guide us. He is working as an associate professor in the Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering as SVNIT Surat. Not taking much time, I'll pass the control to you, sir.
All respected dignitaries on the dais, Mr. Bhushan Patil sir, who is the co-founder of the Multiply Venture, Preeti Agrawal madam, Charkha sir, Dean Academic sir, Coordinator madam, those who are in the first two rows, a sense of I can say exchange of good wishes with you all. We all as a collective team, including the student volunteers, are required to make the next 2 days momentum, which will definitely be opening up the avenue in the student's life. It is not only about discussing some technical concepts. It is already discussed by the esteemed teachers who are belonging to the Department of Artificial Intelligence Systems. But here something out of the box thinking capabilities are possible, and that can be explored through the particularly those who are coming from the industry. I think I must honestly admit that academicians have not much role to do in such kind of things, particularly when there is an opening to the one who are already in the industrial domain. That doesn't mean that academians are somewhere lacking something. So please try to see the balance within, because we are generally thought of making that extreme movements, isn't it? So academics is having its own role. Just recently, madam, I would like to share in our institute, I am uh, faculty advisor for Think India team, and we had Professor N.J. Bhatt, who is the head of Space Application Center ISRO. So the thing he was sharing in the memory of the first three names that he had written. The first name, I think you people also must have heard, Andy Bhatt, who happens to be the, and all of you must be having, engineering students must be having the experience of the most boring duration while studying engineering drawing and workshop and physics. We keep on thinking something hi-fi कि यार हम तो AI वाले स्टूडेंट्स हैं, हम ये क्यों पढ़ेंगे. बट ऐसा नहीं है. जो ऑन द वर्ज ऑफ रिटायरमेंट है, who are actively involved. ISRO is a proud initiative of the nation, I will say, isn't it? They are also appreciating the teacher of engineering drawing, isn't it? So whatever is delivered in your academic processes must be respected, must be given due respect, but that doesn't mean that we keep our doors closed. अगर पीले पेज लेकर के टीचर भी लगे रहेंगे ना, तो ऐसी फोरम में आने का मौका नहीं मिलेगा. मैं अपनी ही बात कर रहा हूं. I have allowed myself to be open to learning new things, to take up new courses, and that is the reason why I get the opportunity to explore the fresh ideas, the newer world. And the paradigm is so subtle, so deep, that even sky is not the limit, I will tell. Okay. So in the last, before, because this is not the forum to talk too much, because otherwise we teacher are habituated to speak not to talk more than not to talk less than 50 minutes. But sir has already put a break on me. Just have 5 minutes of talk. So I will be restricting myself with heavy temptation. I will be breaking, but I will conclude with one important message from Upanishads. What is the nature of the truth? Isn't it the question? I am addressing this to those who are the other than the first two rows, other than the faculty members. They are all the blessers of the occasion. I have nothing to share to them, isn't it? Of course, possibility of the future collaborative liaison is definitely something which is most valuable for me. But here I am not here for them, isn't it? So they are simply blessing, and I am just interested to talk to the students. I would like to know, all are BTech students? All are BTech students. Fine. So the academic course that you are going through, first of all, I must appreciate the kind of the visionary leadership, and of course the one who is not present over here, रायन सी जी का जो भी लिखा है, तो वो एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर नहीं होते हुए भी उनकी सूक्ष्म उपस्थिति यहाँ महसूस हो रही है. और वहां कॉन्फ्रेंस रूम में भी मैडम बता रहे थे, द काइंड ऑफ विजनरी लीडर्स ऑफ दिस इंस्टीट्यूट्स आर देयर, इजंट इट? सो ऐसी संस्था में पहले तो सब बच्चों को ये समझना पड़ेगा कि हमको सेंस ऑफ ग्रेटिट्यूड होना चाहिए. ग्रेस फ्लोज इन प्रोपोर्शनल टू द ग्रेटिट्यूड. अपने भीतर अगर कृतज्ञता का भाव बनेगा ना, तो रिसेप्टिविटी शक्य बनेगी. तो पहला काम सबको मैं ये एडवाइस, ए बिट ऑफ एडवाइस इन द फोरम लाइक दिस, एक ही हो सकता है कि अपने अंदर ग्रेटिट्यूड का भाव बढ़ाइए. आपके पेरेंट्स ने कितना मेहनत करके क्या करके आपको यहां तक भेजा है, ठीक है? स्कूल टीचर्स का भी कृतज्ञता अदा करना पड़ेगा. फिर यहां जो ये लोग मेहनत कर रहे हैं होल हार्टेडली, बिटवीन द वर्ड सेंस हो जाता है वो चीज, है कि नहीं? तो उसमें हम है, वी आर पार्ट ऑफ दिस. तो उसके लिए अपने अंदर सेंस ऑफ ग्रेटिट्यूड क्रिएट करिए, और विद दैट सेंस ऑफ ग्रेटिट्यूड, द ओनली वन message about the nature of the truth I would like to iterate from the Upanishad, and then I will close my sharing. Okay, so that is ke Anoranyan Mahator Mahyan. I was sharing with sir also on the way. What is the nature of the truth? Truth is subtler than the subtlest. अगर आप स्पेशलाइजेशन में जाओगे ना, तो इतनी सटलर डिटेलिंग आएगी ना, वो तो भूषण सर को 1-to-1 मिलना पड़ेगा कि क्या क्या. ऐसे ही वो कोई मल्टीप्लाई वेंचर के को फाउंडर नहीं बन सकते, आप समझ सकते हो. इवन मैं भी हिम्मत नहीं कर पाऊंगा, मैं अपनी बात करूं तो. तो ये जो सूक्ष्मता है वो तो जरूरत है ही है जीवन में. और चीजों को जैसे टोटालिटी में इवॉल्व हो रही है ना, उससे भी बियॉन्ड है ट्रूथ. समझ में आ रही है बात? कॉन्सेप्चुअल डेप्थ, जो भी टॉपिक में इंजीनियरिंग ड्राइंग का भी एग्जांपल दिया था, कोई भी टॉपिक का, जैसे रिलेवेंट टू द फोरम इज अबाउट द सुपरवाइज्ड लर्निंग, अनसुपरवाइज्ड लर्निंग, रेइंफोर्समेंट लर्निंग. उसमें फॉर एग्जांपल वन सैंपल ऑफ सुपरवाइज्ड लर्निंग इज द बैक प्रोपोगेशन नेटवर्क. वन एग्जांपल ऑफ द अनसुपरवाइज्ड लर्निंग इज द एसोसिएटिव मेमोरी, which is derived from the Donald Hebb's cognition behavior of animal or human being. So वहां तक जाकर के चीजों को कॉन्सेप्चुअली देखने की जो प्रक्रिया है ना, वो एक सूक्ष्मता की गति है. और दूसरी तरफ से पूरा प्लेनेटरी डायनेमिक्स जैसे इवॉल्व हो रहा है. रोज कुल्टवेल हैज रिटन अ ग्रेट बुक अबाउट द सिंगुलरिटी इज नियर. तो इन द प्रोसेस ऑफ द इवोल्यूशन एट द ग्लोबल लेवल, पूरी पृथ्वी की उत्क्रांति जिसका श्री अरविंद ने सुप्रामेंटल मैनिफेस्टेशन की अति मनस अवतरण की बात किया है, तो वो लेवल की प्रक्रिया में टेक्नोलॉजी कंड्यूसिव है, ये मैं कहना चाहता हूं. कभी कभार लोग ड्राई वेदांत इंटरप्रिटेशन करके उन सब प्रक्रिया को उससे विपरीत देखते हैं. ब्रह्म सत्य जगत मिथ्या जीवो ब्रह्म वो ना परा, उसका मतलब ये बिल्कुल नहीं है कि जगत के डायनेमिक्स को हमको अंडर एस्टिमेट या निग्लेक्ट करना है. तो दैट इज द मैसेज, सेंट्रल मैसेज ऑफ टुडेज डिस्कशन, के subtler than the subtlest and the grosser than the grossest is the nature of the truth. Anoranyan Mahator Mahyan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Hearing you was pleasure to hear. Some people just keep a memento for a special moment. Likewise, we want you to keep our memories as mementos with you. As it said, ends are not the bad things. They just mean that something new is about to begin. And before we seize the event, I would like Dr. Pranav Charkha, sir, Deputy Director, RGI, to have the control, please.
Thank you. It gives me immense pleasure to deliver the vote of thanks for this inaugural function. At the outset, a very warm and flamboyant morning to the dignitaries on the dais, the chief guest of the function, Dr. Prashant Shah, sir, Associate Professor, SVNIT, Engineer Bhushan Patil, sir, the guest of honor for today's function, co-founder, Multiply Ventures. He's a son of the soil, so आम्हाला प्रश्न पडला होता तुम्हाला भाऊ दादा म्हणायचं की आज गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर म्हणायचं, तर आम्ही दोन्ही म्हणतो सर. And thank you for accepting our invitation. The academic, eminent academic experts of the dais, Dr. Amrita Lipre madam, experts from the industry, Deepak Pradhan sir is a senior member technical staff, Manvinar System AI, working in the field of R&D. Pon Sudhir Sajan sir is a technical trainer, Spartificial Innovations. Yash Yadav sir, CEO, Spartificial Innovations. Abhigyan Giri sir, Director, IndEyes Solutions. Rohit Kukreja sir, Software Designer Engineer, IndEyes Solution. And very well friend of mine, Mr. Yogesh Mrumkar sir, Director, Bharat Soft Solutions. Deans, heads of the department, faculty members, delegates, and my dear students. On behalf of GH Raisoni Institute of Engineering and Business Management, a very hearty welcome to one and all for the first International AI Summit in offline mode, jointly organized by Department of CSE, IT, Data Science and AI in association with Institution of Engineers, Student Chapter, and esteemed industries working in the field of AI, Spartificial Solutions, IndEyes Private Limited, Cognida.ai. Initially, I would like to congratulate the associating department who have taken a great pain to organize this 2 days international summit and bringing such a great pool of academic and industry experts. It's very difficult, dear friends. We try to maintain the balance of the experts and the resource persons from both the domains. But frankly speaking, organizing any international conference or summit is indeed a challenging task. This cannot be possible without the great preparation that all these faculty members and student volunteers have put in. A wise working hands in terms of the heads of the department, Professor Swati Patil madam, convener Professor Ankur Pandey and Professor Gosavi sir. Support from every corner that been given by the institute. Guidance from the honorable authorities, Executive Director sir, Director ma'am, and the blessings of our chairman sir and all. ये एक थोड़ी संकल्पना सर ये AI समिट के बारे में मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि आफ्टर दी कोर्स ऑफ 2 years ऑफ पैंडमिक, मतलब ये बहुत डिफिकल्ट हो गया था हमें हमारे लिए कि हाउ टू पुल मीन्स bringing the experts from all over India, and we have a 2 sessions on through online mode in the from one is from Canada and one is from US I think. So it's become very difficult to कि tier 2 city में सबको लाना, इतना pool expert यहाँ पर ये करना. So we find something कि सर online mode में कर लेते हैं. But it is the leadership of our executive director sir and our honorable director madam, sir करेंगे offline mode में, आप टेंशन मत लो, सब होगा सही. और उस ब्लेसिंग और उस मोटिवेशन और पुश के कारण आज ये चीजें सारी प्लेस हुई है. तो आई वुड लाइक टू put on a record for a special recognition to our honorable executive director sir and all executive director ma'am. एक मतलब कोई भी मैडम ने बोला था मुझे कि सर कोई भी काम आप क्रिया पर निर्भर आपके होगा, आप कोशिश करो. तो एक बात मैंने कुछ ही दिन पहले पढ़ी, वो आज मैं कोट करना चाहूंगा यहाँ पे. ये जयशंकर प्रसाद जी की कविता में की पंक्ति मेरे को 4 पढ़ने के लिए मिली और वो यहाँ पे बड़ी सूट कर रही है आज के इसमें कि ज्ञान दूर कुछ क्रिया भिन्न है, इच्छा क्यों ना हो पूरी मन की, एक दूसरे से नहीं मिल सके यही विडंबना है जीवन की. तो आज इस पर्टिकुलर ऑफलाइन इंटरनेशनल समिट के मौके पे हमने वो कोशिश की कि हम सब आपको लाए और हम आपके साथ मिले और हमारे बच्चों को, हमारे स्टूडेंट्स को, और जो यहाँ पे आज पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं उनको कितना बेनिफिट इससे होगा, उस मैक्सिमम हम बेनिफिट देना चाहते थे। इसीलिए आरजीआई ये हमेशा एक पायनियर ग्रुप रहा है टू सेट अ ट्रेंड, टू सेट अ बेंचमार्क्स, to lead the education field, to guide the entire society. So that's why we intentionally worked on this particular aspect कि नहीं करेंगे तो ऑफलाइन मोड में ही. So certainly इतनी मेहनत के बाद these 2 days will definitely be a very knowledgeable for all of us. In these 2 days you will get an opportunity to get interact and with the experts and insight and development in the field of AI from both these perspectives, because both the perspectives are equally important, academics and the application from the industry point of view. Now, as the responsibility given to me, I am very fortunate. It's time to extend the gratitude towards all those who have made their presence over here and graced the occasions, who have extended their support, make this AI summit happening. So at the outset, initially, I would, on behalf of an organizing committee, I would like to express my very sincere, profound gratitude to our honorable chairman, Sir Shri Sunilji Raisoni, sir, for his blessings and motivation. His words are always puts an energy to all of us. We most humbly thank to our very beloved executive director, Honorable Pritam Raisoni, sir, with for some of the reasons he has not made to today's inaugural function, for his exceptional leadership, support, and motivation. Sir, your interaction always energizes us. I would like to put on record my sincere gratitude to the chief guest of today's function, Dr. Prashant Sahas, sir, Associate Professor, Department of ENC, SVNIT, Surat. So thank you for accepting our invitation on a very short notice. And सर मैंने रोका नहीं, मैं आपसे बहुत कुछ सुनना चाहता था, क्योंकि मैंने जो सुना था कि आपका जो वर्किंग है that is on some mythology and that thing. So we are very eager to learn, especially I am eager to see that how you relate that AI into this particular field. या दैट्स इसीलिए सर मैं माफी कीजिए, मैंने आपको रोका नहीं, मैं आपसे ज्यादा सुनना चाहता हूँ. I express my utmost sense of thankfulness and recognition to today's guest of honor, Engineer Bhushan Patil, sir, the son of the soil, and who is flourishing the city's name nationwide. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation from bottom of my heart, and thank you here. I also express my gratitude to the industries associated with this AI summit, Spartificial Innovations, IndEyes Private Limited, and Cognida.ai. And I would like to place on a record that we have an MOU with the BharatSoft Solutions Private Limited, whose director is also present with us, Mr. Yogesh Murumkar, sir. Our association will definitely go long way, sir. We want to have your guidance for the rest of the period also. I would like to record our deep sense of in-depthness to our very dynamic Honorable Director, Madam Dr. Preeti Agrawal, Madam, for her motivating and dynamic leadership. Thank you, Madam, for shaping us so well. वो हम चोरी कर लेते हैं आपको. I would like to thank the convener of this summit, Professor Swati Patil, Madam, Professor Ankur Pandey, sir, for the untiring efforts towards making this summit possible, and thank you bearing my pressure to do everything on time and to follow up the things. I also put on my recognition to all the faculty members of the department, Professor Gosavi sir, Dr. Tomar sir, Dr. Arya sir, Professor Sheetal Jadhav madam, Namdev sir, Professor Vak sir, for his continuous and untiring efforts to make this particular summit happening. I would also express my thanks to all the deans, heads of the department, for their constant support. How can I forget to express my sincere thanks to all the supporting staff? Account section, Mohammad Bhai, Shri Prakash Sharma ji, Ravi Sharma ji, Patra ji, Ajay Chaudhary ji, Vispute ji, Pawan, Asif, Mahendra Karim, and all the our hospitality members and the transportation committee for their unquestioning support. रात को उठना है, जाना है, 5 बजे उठना है, ये सब हमने करा है. So thank you all those who have worked for this particular thing. I last last but not the least, my dear delegates and student volunteers, this AI summit is possible only because of you. So first, have a very good round, best round of applause for all of you, for all these uh, student volunteers, those who are sitting here and they are working till yesterday 9 p.m. So thank you all. Without your support and your presence, this wouldn't have been possible. Actually, sir, we have a very good and a very model and a very in state of infrastructure school, GH Raisoni public school, whose 8th standard student, once their principal, Madam Professor Tejal Oza Madam, has contacted me and she wants to send her 8th standard students. So they might be coming कि हमको भी देखना है AI क्या होता है. So they are also coming in a while, so they'll attend your sessions for that. So thank you all. Thank you all. This 2 days will be definitely a very joyful and a very wonderful learning sessions for you. Thank you everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. For our keynote session, we are having Mr. Bhushan Patil, and he will be talking about AI in new retail marketing today.
So, as per the today's keynote topic, I was supposed to talk on new retail, in an AI in new retail specifically. This is a subject close to my heart because at least I have done retail at least 3 times in my life. So in 2002 timeframe, worked on eBay related projects, which was possibly a desktop kind of retail. Second, when I was in Southeast Asia and etc., I was looking cross-border commerce, which was to some extent more like a internet related B2B commerce. And the third, which I did in Paytm, called Paytm Mall and some of these places, which is actually is mobile-based kind of a retail. Uh, but what was interesting here is how the revolution of AI itself came in, and that will be interesting to for me to share. And a lot of these things, what you would see in this presentation, is how AI or data plays an important role in certain industry. Retail being one of that industry. Obviously, as I said earlier, there could be many more industries where AI can touch. AI actually touches on our day-to-day life. And retail is becomes very interesting because if we say let's say AI in space, right, many of us might not appreciate, but retail is something we breathe and breathe out every day in day out, right? Basically it starts from purchasing, let's say, something like a small biscuits from a small shop to do the entire grocery, or retail can also be treated from like ordering something cross border. So we're going to touch upon, this is more like a scratching a surface for you in this session to understand what's the power of AI and where we are headed as a world economy, or more like transactions, how we are going to work or operate through retail economy or ecosystems in this session. So let me start this topic first by opening a little bit of AI elements to you, right? So have you got such question, right? Sometimes, and someone is going, how come it knows, right? Sometimes you are on a computer and you're browsing something and you just get surprised. How does it know, right? So for example, if I am in Jalgaon today here, if I go to my LinkedIn, right, I'm sure that it will say you might want to connect some people. This, and when you say I might want to connect to some people, they won't be people from outside the world or India, etc. They might be people from here itself. So the system somehow starts sensing my context and it tells you that. Sometimes this and you might see this in your life. How many people have booked railway tickets or train tickets or let's say airline tickets? Anybody has booked online? So, and this is something very interestingly happens and happens to me all the time, is if I've searched, let's say, Bangalore Delhi ticket, right, and sometimes I feel it is very costly, let me try after some time again, I'll go to other site, and after some 10-15 minutes I just leave and come in the night, and then if I go to any other site, let's say Times of India, it will say Bangalore Delhi is cheaper now. The advertisers will come to you Bangalore Delhi, so whole kainat will be behind you to make you buy that ticket, right? So how Times of India site knows that I searched something on Clear Trip or Make My Trip, that I was looking for go from Bangalore to Delhi. Same thing will happen if you want to go, let's say if you say Goa trip, or you say interesting places to look in Jaipur. If you search from here, maybe the advertisers which will come to for next few days will be shown from a Jaipur's perspective, that they might even say they want to travel to Jaipur, have the cheaper tickets, etc. So this is sometimes we get surprised, and that surprise element lies underlying there's some kind of data and AI playing into. Am I watch? Sometimes you also feel that am I watch? And this is something what happens. For example, you are thinking on WhatsApp that what is happening. There's some news about, let's say, certain fun element or something, and within maybe next half an hour or so, you will get some pop up from your friend, right? That okay, this is the news. Okay, let's say some event occurred. This is again is very interesting. While it's not done by machines, it's also sometimes done by people, and more happens today to all of us. During COVID time, we were not reading newspapers the way actually we were reading newspapers before. But what happens because of this whole system and the data system, WhatsApp or whatever application we use, it starts sensing about you. You will start getting data from your friends also. Hey, here is data about Modi, here is happening in next place to your in Jalgaon, whatever it will be. So you will not miss any news without even reading any newspaper. That is again the power of data and AI element coming into picture. And something similar also happens in retail.
right? If you search something that I'm looking for a washing machine, right? Believe me, the next 5 days, Flipkart, Mintras, or all the kind of shopping sites will start throwing you that you will make sure that you buy that washing machine. So how does that thing work? And we're going to look at that, right? And sometimes it's also related to experiences. Like today's retail is not about just buying a particular item. Why do you go to a better shop? Why do you go to a mall to buy the same item and you go to a small other shop? It's also about experiences. The experiences were created by people for creating like better looking those lanes, whatever we pick the things from the rack. That's one part of it. But you sometimes also experiences of retail will matter. And how it matters, for example, let's say if you carry your grocery and the guy in the POS machine, right, where you actually pay and say, sir, apne aaj ye liya nahi, right? It's not that he knows you. The system knows you that every time you come to the shop with your mobile number loyalty, you typically every 2 months, let's say, buy a shaving cream, right? So system knows that thing, and that's what the power of data, so that I can sell you more, but at the same time you feel that, oh, this person knows me much far better. Maybe that person doesn't know you, but that element of experience becomes very interesting from a data perspective, and you as a customer is more happier. Maybe next time you'll go to the same shop again. So there are a lot of elements of some of these things are already touching your life. Some of these are completely coming from implicitly. You might not notice that there is AI in play, but we are already getting that into this in our day-to-day life also. So there are a few questions which possibly definitely the answers are lies in the data and AI underlying. Now let's look at retail itself. Before that, so what is AI, right? In a simple term, it learns. So the systems, and it's not just your mobile phone, it's my mobile phone. I've sent a message to some of my friend, his mobile phone start understanding about me, that next time, okay, if you Bhushan likes this thing, so next time it will recommend, do you want to send this news to Bhushan, right? Some of these things. So it's not your machine only, it's somebody else's machine is learning also. So all machines, whether directly or indirectly related, start reading data about you and your connections. So it learns data, learns from you and starts storing the data. Second is also senses, what you might like. So for example, let's say if you start sending certain type of messages, the guy might say, okay, don't send me this. Or there are a lot of these WhatsApp admins will say, ye mat bhejo, wo mat bhejo, ye hamara rule policies hai. So what happens is the system, all these actions are tracked, and maybe next time it will automatically blocked, right? So it senses that what is making sense out of this data. And third is action. So AI doesn't remain just as data collection or sensing, but it also can promote an action or basically raise an action for you to take that action on your behalf, right? And sometimes you also put some rules, right? Like if certain type of kind of words comes into picture, don't block the message or delete the kind of things. So that's where again some of these elements come into picture. But typically AI is about learning, sensing, and acting. What is missing here is collecting, right? So data science, AI, ML is not about collecting data. It's not about data entry. That's the era already happens. So any times when you send a message, the data entry happens. Any times you go to a doctor, the data entry happens. But what is important here, am I learning out of that data? What am I sensing out of it? And what action I'm going to take out of it? And this is again, basically it happens across all the verticals, business verticals. So that's where general AI kind of touches our life. But let me get into deeper on retail side. So before we jump to retail, right, we have to understand things in retail beyond what we see. Retail is not that when I go to a retail shop and buy something, that is not retail, right? Retail is the entire supply chain, starts from even thinking of an idea and then manufacturing it, making it, distributing it, logistics, etc. Obviously, in today's world, there are two types of retails. What is a conventional retail chains, which starts from manufacturing to consumer, and there is something called D2C, so direct to consumer, where the manufacturer directly sells the goods to the consumer. The revolution of this is possible, and one of the reasons it's possible today is basically because the websites exist. But it's not just websites. How do you know that on this website I can sell this particular product? How do you know I need to target this product to certain type of geography, etc.? So that's where the data elements kicks into picture, and data makes it very powerful for somebody to come into the second chain. And more brands are moving to this bottom chain here right now. So If you look at P&G, HUL, like Procter and Gamble, Hindustan Levers, etc., these people were following the top chains before. So they were manufacturing, they were going to wholesaler, distributors, and somebody sitting that retailer last mile in Jalgaon will understand the customer psyche better. So he, as a person, in his mental model, will know, okay, I should only have Parle-G in Jalgaon, or I should have Good Day in Jalgaon, I should have hide and seek in Jalgaon, let's say if we're talking biscuits for that matter, because that sells. So the knowledge was sitting with retailer, and the brands were not aware of what happens. As this guy was deciding what to buy on behalf of a customer in, let's say, Jalgaon. Maybe there are 2% of customers who want, let's say, certain kind of, let's say, chocolates, etc., but they were never coming because this guy was not able to sell. If you go to second chain, what happens is, now suddenly this equation change. You as a customer go to the website, and if you start clicking this thing that I'm okay with, let's say, Ferrero Rocher kind of chocolates, right, which are very kind of a very premium chocolate, or maybe some international chocolates if you want. When you start clicking from Jalgaon, this website knows, or let's say Amazon knows, and will start throwing in more of those products. So now suddenly what happens, the brand, the manufacturer knows, oh, there is a market for this. And I'll tell you right now, very interesting things happen. Let's say Myntra, right? Myntra as a fashion destination, when it started, most of the times we think that you'll have Mumbai, the top 20 cities will be buying these fashion goods. And there was assumption also of Myntra that, okay, maybe we'll have certain kind of design selling in certain part of India. But what happened is, suddenly Northeast, right? If you look at the Northeast belt of India, right? The Northeast belt started clicking more and more fashion things. So and if you look at Northeast, they actually, interestingly, they know English. Most of the college schools in Northeast know English. Even in rural area, they know that English is far better. Second, the fashion sense is very different than a typical India. They are even okay to have Western wear, even villages kind of a places also. So suddenly, because of this whole model, Northeast can access the entire inventory on Myntra, and there was a huge shipments, etc. happened. Now what happened? That's again like system starts learning, and then they started actually creating more and more fashion, bringing more international Western wear clothing, etc. on Myntra to kind of target Northeast kind of markets, which was never open. Imagine, let's say, if this retailer sitting in, let's say, let's take in Jalgaon, there's something called Naujivan collections, and Naujivan shop is there. This guy will never know sitting here that, okay, maybe let's say some specific spices of Maharashtra here or masalas will be interesting in Northeast. But he puts that thing online, based on the clicks data, he can find out that I have a potential to go there. So one thing is important, as before we get into this thing, I just want to open the entire supply chain, starting from manufacture to end. And nowadays, what is also happening is, even based on the customer clicks, what you click, the manufacturer gets the data, and not just he knows that I am going to sell something to you, he even knows that what to produce. If there are 100 clicks from Jalgaon and 20 clicks from Bangalore and 50 clicks from, let's say, Pune, he knows what to produce, who needs where. So his logistics chains can also be sorted and set accordingly, that, okay, maybe there is a higher demand of this particular product in Jalgaon, right? So those are very interesting data points. I just want, just keep in your mind as we go further in this session. Now, what is new retail? Now, what is so new about it, right? One, it is digital, right? So whatever we could buy in shops, now we can buy online. So that is just one part of the phenomena. But still, and that happened, let's say last maybe 15, 20 years, we have seen digital retail. So there was offline retail, then there is a digital retail. But what happened, and why do you need a new retail kind of phenomena, right? Let's say you are a customer, right? Let's say you might be buying an Amazon, or let's say same t-shirt, let's say ABC brand t-shirt you're buying from Amazon, Myntra, or as well as from local market here. Now imagine the brand, let's say if you're buying this t-shirt from one brand, for the brand, you have just bought it from multiple outlets, right? Or online. But so the medium really should not matter to the brand. Why should a brand think that, okay, you bought this t-shirt from Amazon, whether you buy it from Myntra, whether you bought from local market or you bought it from Pune? Brand should be aware that, okay, you are my customer, irrespective of the channel through which I buy, right? So what happens in new retail, the manufacturer and the customer are the relationship. They don't, the gap between online and offline merges. So a brand is okay to say that from where you buy my item doesn't matter. If you have to give a coupon or a loyalty, anything for you, I will give it to you irrespective of whatever channel you want to buy through, right? So, and that is where new retail starts. How do I know that this customer clicks the product online? And maybe there is a high propensity that if he walks into a store, let's say, let's take a maybe a small brand. Let's say there's something called Kumar shirts, right? It's in, I think it's a Maharashtra brand, and maybe they have a Kumar collections here in Jalgaon, and they also have a website. If you keep clicking this Kumar particular blue shirt on Kumar, let's say website, if you and then you walk into this store, can the salesperson say that, sir, aapko blue shirt acha lagta hai na? He would know, because this online data is passed to this guy. When he sees you in the shop, she can recommend, or he can recommend to that particular shirt. That's where the offline online kind of merges. Second thing, if you look at what happened and how these online offline merges also is, we typically look at digital commerce. मतलब जो generally हमको दिखता है वो कैसे दिखता है कि like I go to Myntra, I buy a t-shirt, and the t-shirt comes to your home, right? So you bought online, the shipment come to your home. But retail is not happening all the way that way, right? So what the evolutions are different, right? For example, imagine, let's say there's a food, right? So you want to book online. Let's say you want to go to some restaurant. You say, I'm going to come there at 7 o'clock. I'm going to have this food. You buy it online, but you go to a actually restaurant, and when you buy 7 o'clock, when you go to that restaurant, your food is ready, and you actually eat into the restaurant. So you bought online but consume offline, and not consume at your home but consume at the destination. What is the second example here? Movie tickets. You buy online but you consume in offline world. Travel tickets, you buy online, actual execution or consumption happens in the offline world. So that's where the online offline world converge, which was not possible earlier if in a pure play digital kind of retail model. And that's where the new retail concept actually merges both the online offline kind of phenomena. Second, it is wired and linked. So what I mean by wired and linked is these two things are linked. When you pop up to that movie ticket hall and say, this is my QR code of my ticket, he doesn't ask you the question. He can scan it in offline destination to give you the ticket, and you can still watch the movie. Same thing happens with the kind of airline tickets, etc. That's why these kind of new retail is wired and linked to each other. And it's also self-learning, right? Self-learning means, for example, now after 3-4 visits to that particular shop or 3-4 visits to that Amazon website, let's say in the morning, system knows that you need to possibly might be looking for a certain, let's say, milk or some other products in the morning. Happens in very interestingly on sites like Big Basket. Is Big Basket working here? Big Basket delivers, or Zomato for that matter. Zomato should be there, right? So if you go to Zomato in the morning, it's not going to give you some evening food. It will give you the morning food. So he starts learning that this guy in the morning wants poha, khichdi. He's not going to give you samosa in the morning possibly. In the evening you will get samosa, you will not get poha in the morning, right? In the evening. So that's what he starts learning. So these are few interesting concepts of new retail. Yeah, can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Okay. So now, where does it touch, right? So now we talked about new retail, some of the data elements. But if you look at the retails, the entire supply chain, or a customer on a brand, and their kind of where does AI come into picture, or the data elements come into picture? It's almost everything. So if you look at transaction, so when I transact something, there could be an AI element to it. Now, what is a transaction level AI element? For example, if I walk in to a shop and when I want to pay my money, what can happen? So obviously, when you tell this guy that he says, sir, your bill is, let's say, 3,500 rupees. Now, what can happen? Now, this 3,500 rupees, which is your bill, you can take a loan to pay that money. You can use a credit card. You can use a cash. You might want to say, I don't want to pay right away. I will pay it only in 3 installment because the shop offers it. So there is a decision to be made how you are going to close that transaction. And this is what AI would do. Same thing if you go to Amazon and you want to pay, when you go to the checkout, it will give 5 options to you. But the priority of the options could be arranged in such a way that what best suits you, right? Maybe it will say, you know what, sir, if you have 5 credit cards, try to use HDFC credit card because it can give you additional cashback. It can give more benefit, or there'll be more loyalty points and those kind of things. That is where the AI element kicks in. Otherwise, you'll be losing. So I had HDFC card, but when I Standard Chartered use kar liya, and I have lost, let's say, 20% discount on the product. So that is where AI kicks in at a transaction level. And now here it is not what the AI which will work for you is far different, because you might be HDFC card holder, but somebody else may not be. The system will understand, okay, you have a, let's say, Diners card or some other card, Amex card, use that because they're under 10% discount. So it could be discount related, it could be loyalty related, it could be, let's say, some additional benefits. So those transaction level elements come in from AI perspective. Marketing and advertising that we talked about, like whole marketing and advertising field is changing and getting data oriented. Some of the examples I already mentioned, that let's say the advertisers, what you see on one side when you start searching for what are your needs. So my need in the morning or my yesterday's needs become advertisers of tomorrow. Think it that way. What your searches become advertisers tomorrow. Whatever you search, whatever you click. Not just that. Sometimes you feel that I was talking to my friend, कल हम बात कर रहे थे इस ब्रांड की, और that brand की advertise आ रही है, right? And that is where, and this is sometimes I think madam touch upon responsible data sensing, right? Some of the apps actually also are not just reading your data, but they're also listening, right? So if you yesterday talk about Samsung, kal Samsung ke ad aane chalu ho jayenge, right? So, and Alexa is a good example of it. Alexa, that voice boxes. So as we move from our interaction communication from clicks to text to voice and videos, more of the videos you watch on TikTok, or now TikTok is not there, but Instagram, etc., whatever reels, etc., what you feel, it will start coming to life more and more. Customers. Again, customers, I would say, as I said, the whole retail industry possibly knows you far better today compared to 10 years before. So a retailer or a brand to customers and customers to retailer. You have an option today, for example, if hello, can you hear me? Okay. So on the customers, again, like retailer or a brand to customers and customers to the brand. Customers to brand, an example, for example, when you want to, let's say, buy a biryani on Zomato, your sorting is far different than somebody else's sorting, right? Because maybe you want a spicy biryani or you want a Mughlai biryani, so your Mughlai will be on top, and somebody wants, let's say, fried rice on differently, so that will be sorted. So both side mapping is happening dynamically because of the data. Products. Now, many times when we talk about new retail, people think that only the retailers and people and the supply chain is changing. Products are not changing. Products are changing. And we'll see some examples of it. Because products also became intelligent, right? So many of the products which had, let's say, simple buttons or knobs now have interactive kind of a display channel panels and stuff. Mini scooters started having displays, right? So products are also getting smarter. And why they're getting smarter? Because the product doesn't want to know you. Maybe product also wants to know your map, the functionality with you, but the brand be sitting behind through the product digitization wants to know a little bit about you. That's where the product also is coming to the new retail system, becoming more digitized, etc. And experience, we did talk about overall of this thing. Your experience, what I get in a shop, can be different based on the mapping of the data with you as well as the brand. So let's look at some of the impact areas, right? So just an example. So we did touch upon some of these things. Let's look at some examples. So logistics. So whenever we talk about retail, there are two type of goods, right? Or three type of goods, maybe products and services. And the products, it could be physical product or digital product, right? So your products and services. Services like urban club, somebody you book and somebody comes to repair your tap, or he comes to do some carpentry work at you. That's service. In physical goods, basically you order t-shirts and you get t-shirts at home. Right? Digital good could be you buy an insurance online, and that's a digital good, doesn't need logistics. But more or less retail involves logistics. You have something of the other, something or other will be shipped to you. Either it's a food coming in a hyper local or local kind of a model, or you have a long distance shipping coming to you. Now, how, and again here in a new retail or a AI-led retail models, how does the logistics industry is changing? Let's look at some examples here. First, if we are shipping so many good, let's say, or Zomato has, let's say, one central cloud kitchen, etc. If they are to prepare food for all of you, how do you do the capacity planning, right? Right, and then some interesting things happen there. But what data brings here is it becomes faster. So your logistics can be faster, more in time, is cheaper, as well as predictable. When I say predictable, and that's where I was coming to this, let's say, cloud kitchen. So today, let's say Zomato sets a cloud kitchen here with all the, let's say, 10 brands, let's say McDA, KFC's, everything, and they have to serve you food. How do they prepare for tomorrow, right? So how, and so what happens in case of logistics, based on your type of shipment shipped to you and type of food shipped to you, what will happen? The system will learn that, you know what, in the morning, in city like Jalgaon, they need at least 500 pohas and 700 sabudana khichadis. But you know what? When there is Ganesha festival, this thing changes. They started eating modak also, right? Something like that. So that is where the predictability comes into picture in the entire supply chain, based on data that what you consume will be shipped to you respectively from predictability perspective. And customer mapping. Customer mapping again is very important. Is what I was kind of saying, that in case of Mintra, they just found that my customers are far bigger and far larger. Maybe the density of customers in that locality, I will have 50 shipments going to, let's say, northeast. So the customer mapping with respect to brands happen. And why this customer mapping is important with the brands is, imagine, let's say you set up a brand. Let's say there is a ABC Masalas you want to create from Jalgaon. You create a brand called ABC Masalas. It's a very specific masalas from Jalgaon. Now you put it on Amazon. Amazon is kind of selling across India, and you suddenly find, okay, in Gujarat there are a lot more requirement. Many people are ordering from Gujarat. Then you also find, okay, from Andaman there is also some requirements. Now what do you do with this data, right? So your warehousing strategy, where to store these products, because you cannot ship everything from Jalgaon all the time, because you'll be wasting a lot of money otherwise, right? So this entire customer mapping with your brands and inventories will also come handy to do the entire warehousing and storage planning, right? And this is important because this is where, if you look at a FMCG product, right, food products, the margins which you make from food industry typically is between 4 to 7-10%. In 4 to 7%, logistics cost about 3 to 4%. So if I took a 100 rupee product, your profit is about 4 to 7 rupees, and logistic will be also around 3 to 5%, depending on kind of product here. Imagine if you save 20% of logistics, you get net profit. So planning this predictability for customer shipments and customer mapping and warehousing strategy can actually do wonders for you, right? And that's again used by even Amazon, right? When should they open a warehouse in Jalgaon? Where should they open in Jalgaon, or should they open in Dhulia or Nagpur? This completely comes from the data of logistics, right? How many shipments are moving where? POS. This again we talked, but there's some interesting phenomena, so it will be interesting for you to kind of also know what is happening in a POS industry. POS is essential for offline retail, right? When you pay the billing process, payment process, you would have seen. But what is interesting thing happening here? So one, the POS nowadays many of the POS are customer aware. When I say customer aware, most of the times when you go to any shop, they will ask you for your phone number. या तो लास्ट की some last time का कुछ number है क्या loyalty number होगा. So they want to understand a little bit more about you. And why they want to know about you? Because they will start to understanding your shopping behaviors, that every 3 months you buy certain things. For example, every 3 months you add a, let's say, shaving cream, then it will start recommending, oh, this guy didn't buy a shaving cream, because already 3 months old. And even you won't imagine, these processes are becoming so smart in US or in some of the developed countries right now. They can even predict what kind of diseases you might get, because the POS have data that what kind of food you are eating. So you will say, the POS data is interestingly also consumed by a lot of healthcare companies now to figure out what kind of diseases, right? And also, like, second is their data smart, right? Data smart, obviously POS itself has all the data. They can be smarter with the data. But what's important, look at this picture below, right? So what happens is this process actually also connected with cameras. So in new retail, what happens is you have the CCTV cameras in the retail shops they're connected to the POSes. Now what do they do, right? So they start understanding patterns. So for example, let's say a 6 feet guy comes in the evening, what is the propensity that he would buy? Or let's say women coming in certain type of, let's say, fashion style would buy what, right? So they start mapping the customers behavior or what they do to that particular thing. And not just this, for example, let's say there are, let's say, maybe school kids, right? When they walk in, they typically buy chocolates, right? So the POS can actually, because it's connected now with CCTV, it can recommend to the system that at the POS, so that the guy sitting on the other side of the thing can actually recommend you few things. The POS actually pops him up that saying that, hey, this person is a school kid. He in his checkout in this list, he has not added, let's say, Cadbury chocolates. So this guy will say, hey, do you want a Cadbury chocolate, right? So that entire thing. Second thing is also in terms of the entire cross-selling, upselling, as well as discounts happens at the POS, which has interconnected linkages in this and kind of a video smart retail. This is interesting again, like how and connecting this online offline world, right? So in retail world, aisle means basically rack, right? If you go to a shop, there are different racks. You can pick from different racks. This one thing is called as aisle, let's say. Right? Now, what is so because of digitization, you can have something called a smart aisle. What is smart aisle, right? Now, maybe let's say this room is a shop. Like you can have, let's say, maybe 15 feet kind of aisles, few of these aisles here. But obviously, your real estate is costly, so you cannot just have longest to the aisles, etc. possible. So you are restricted by your kind of a real estate which you have. But what happens is, imagine look at the first picture. What happened? He showed some products, and there is a screen. Now this lady can actually swipe through multiple products. So as if the aisle is endless. So I had a physical aisle, then there's a digital aisle, and the digital aisle has unlimited possibilities. So some possibilities, some of the products might be in my go down. When I book it from there, I add it to my shopping cart, the guy will give me, some can even come to my home directly. So these concepts are already coming. Some of these are already in India, by the way. Second one is, if you look at the smartness of aisle itself, the entire rack itself can be smarter. When you pick an item, it will start telling you that, okay, this particular shampoo is actually, let's say, it has got, let's say, silicone or whatever this in it, or let's say it is phosphorus based, etc. So you actually can make better buying decision because of this kind of model. You know, this down picture, this is a very interesting case study from Korea in retail. So actually the shop down is not even a shop, it's actually a train station, right? So this basically what they did, actually they printed the entire digital screen or also physical screen, and people scan it. So when they are at the train station, before they go to their home in the winning metro station, let's say if you're in Pune, I'm, let's say, going from Kothur to let's say Deccan to Kothur, I scan it on Deccan and then buy my groceries. By the time I reach my home in Kothur, your shipping is ready at our home, right? So this is where they found, and in fact this company toppled. This is done by Tesco. Tesco is a US company, went to Korea and they didn't find people coming to their shops. So they said that forget, I will change the behavior of people doing something outside. So based on customer insights and where they spend time, they actually created retail shops in public spaces, which are actually not even inventory based shops, right? So this is another interesting thing where the customer insight, the customer data actually even shifted the retail model itself, right? So instead of no video retail, no kind of aisles, it's completely kind of a open public spaces kind of retail. Obviously you cannot steal the bottle from there because it's just a picture, right? So there are few more impacts. We talked about product also is changing, right? The product, what you see in your hand itself has changed. If you are using your father's kind of vehicles before versus you are buying something new, there are already digital display panels, etc., which are coming. So few changes which are happening from retail perspective to get more data and then possibly more insights. For the first picture, let me ask you the question: how many people have drank Bonvita here? When you were kids? Very few. I can tell you why. Because but if you ask me or my generation this question, everybody would have drank only Bonvita. Or if you ask me which biscuit, only Parle-G. We didn't have many choices. But today, even in a simple kind of, you have a lot of milk powders, formulas. Somebody will say, I want to have proteins. So lot many brands are coming. So how do you make a decision that should I have Bonvita or a protein shake or Horlicks or whatever it would be? Now, and this on the product, you have only so much of a real estate to talk about a product. You cannot, how much data you can put on a product and how much you're going to read. So what happened? People started putting QR codes, and you can scan with your mobile phone and you get more details about the product. Not just you get more details about product, but you can actually see, is my friend consuming this particular product or not? Or if I'm sitting, let's say in Jalgaon in 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in this city, is there a consumption of certain product or not? Because maybe doctors have already recommended don't drink this thing. So maybe when you say in Jalgaon, only 2 people are drinking this drink, you make a decision that this might not be good for me. But if you say 5,000 people are eating or drinking this particular thing, you might be able to pick that particular thing. So that's where products are also getting changed in a new retail thing, which are data centric but data related. This is another example. Most of the devices what you see around are also getting smarter. So, and this is important, that retail revolution which we are seeing is not only about a supply chain or a people change evolution. Even the ingredients, the core ingredients which are products, are also changing. So whatever the plugs which you are seeing here, they become smarter plugs. So automatically the plug itself knows that after 6 o'clock, maybe nobody is here, so it automatically will switch off. And but what happens is, this data is also available for you to make any decisions or create your own data models, right? So products are also getting smarter. Now, this is the topic I always love, right? And I'll tell you right now, this is something to the video analytics at the store. Now, so if you look at the first picture, what I was saying, right? The cameras, what you see, video cameras, they were more like a security related cameras before. Most of the cameras today actually can do the face recognitions. They can actually make your persona recognitions, etc. So for example, if you see this particular product, right, in this retail scenario, two things are happening. One, the camera is detecting the persona of a person, demographic of a person. Who is this person? Let's say if it's a US tourist, it's an Asian coming into the shop, or a 6 feet tall person coming into picture. What's the casual fashion, their fashion sense? It's a casual sari, lady with a sari, lady with a skirt, whatever. Those can be figured out and they can get patterns out of it. But also note the second thing, what is she looking at? So now you know, you can find out a typical, let's say, lady with this kind of thing. She's looking at shampoo, and that shampoo is of typically Pantene as a brand. Whereas a lady who coming in the shop with a sari is looking at a shampoo which might be, let's say, Patanjali shampoo, just right, or it could be different shampoo also. So this correlationship can happen even when people walk into the shop, and this is available for you to now do data. Now where is it used, right? Now imagine, let's say you have 70% of women come into the shops are, let's say, sari, they wear sari. Now what would you do? So every shop, let's say there's a door of a shop, you have many racks. This helps retailers to actually know, okay, my customers are, let's say, this type of persona, maybe what she needs, I will rack in the first few racks. That's where, and this is the most important thing. Many of the times, many physical retail failures are related to something called merchandising and racking. And I think some of you, if you are from retail industry or if you get into retail industry, that is the bread and butter of your life. Because inventory same होगा, shop में जो बिक रहा है वो same होगा, उसको rack कैसे करेंगे, उसको stack कैसे करेंगे, that matters. इसको window display में क्या रखना है, what attracts the customer inside, what he picks first, what he picks at the end of the counter, is where the making or breaking of retail happens, of that particular shop at least. And this data, this is the data which will come very handy. तो अभी अब दिमाग नहीं लगाना है, वो सिस्टम बताएगा कि किस टाइप का कस्टमर है, कौन आ रहा है. It will also count the set of customer. You don't have to figure out whether it's 70% sari or, let's say, 49% kids and 51% adults. No, the system will tell you exactly how, and even the time of the day. You can say morning में chocolates रखो, शाम को clothing रखो, evening को कुछ, let's say, thumbs up वगैरह रखो, right? That kind of thing. Second is, look at this right side picture. How many of you know heat maps? Heat maps. Weather देखा होगा ना, weather से cloud दिखता है and that kind of thing. So the heat maps are very interesting things again. So what is this heat map? Let's say we have this kind of a system here. What is heat map? Let's say 100 people came here and they walked left side and nobody took a right. So it will show red pattern here, that many people, there's a lot of traffic this way. So this is the store's heat map. there's nothing called heat. There's no heat generation, but heat maps is a common word. That's why these maps are important. But what data is doing here is data knows what's my traffic, where they are going, right? What are they touching? So that on the rack, the touch points are there. So now, let's say some of these white spaces, let's say in this that one rack, right, where everybody's walking that side, but nobody even touching this side. It's the first rack they were touching, right? The red pattern. Second rack, there's no red pattern. So maybe those products should not even be there. What they're touching next, that last thing, they should bring it in the front. So now what is happening with the heat map? What happens is, the people movement into the retail. This is at the store. Most of the malls in India do heat mapping with the cameras. Why they do? Where to place which shop, where to charge higher rentals, right? Because if let's say we have a new mall, right? Let's say in Jalgaon, let's say in market is a new mall, or it's the Pune new mall. They let the traffic come in first, and they found out that okay, 70% people go right and they stand here. If this 70%, that shop rental has to be much higher, right? The rent should be higher because they can show by data that you get 70% of the customers watching to that space. Maybe the first shop, which is on the left hand side, people just go like this. They don't even see in the right hand side. Maybe though it's the first shop, the rent can be lesser. So the entire thing becomes very interesting from data and AI perspective, that where to place what, even price point. The entire heat maps are also available from price point perspective. So the same heat map for 100 rupee product or 100 rupee buying behavior is far different than 1,000 rupee buying behavior. So you can optimize your shop. Let me get more throughput from my shop. मेरे को 1,000 रुपए की चीजें बेचने से ज्यादा फायदा होगा. तो how do I put my racking, or should I change my racks itself, right? Pick and go. This is another new phenomenon that's coming up. I think we talked about cashless economy. We talked about driverless cars. There's also like a salesman less shops. And Amazon actually is pioneering this place called Amazon Go. So this shop is nothing but I just go, I pick up whatever I want, and I just walk away, right? With the face, he knows this person has walked in. With your face, you can actually deduct his money also. And when you pick a particular product, it knows this particular guy has picked up, let's say, 3 fruities and 1 Maggie and whatever it is. It knows, and you just like pick and just go. Many of the corporates also started using this, because in the larger corporates, you cannot actually start paying, right? They say, okay, you just pick whatever you want, and the billing automatically happens on behalf of the corporate or for the particular customer. So this concept is another very interesting thing. Here, both actually data as well as the entire, I would say, the rocket science stuff comes into picture. Like when I pick up something, did I pick up fruity, or did I pick up Maggie, or did I pick up another kind of a drink? The system should know. So there are a lot of weight sensors, etc., come into picture. And that entire data again is generated, because if I pick more of Maggies, the system should know that next time if the auto wala is coming, it should bring more of Maggies or fruities, etc. Right? This is the last slide, and very important, I think, for all of us. Is personalization. So what we have seen is more like marvels or kind of wonders of the world and how the data, etc., is coming into picture. But this becomes the most important, crucial part for retail, especially in case of AI, where the AI comes into picture. I can tell you right now, if all of you open your, let's say, one app, let's say Amazon, all of you will see different products on Amazon. You will not see the same site. Though you are sitting at same location, same place, most of you would see different products on your homepage. Because this is called as personalization. So what is personalization? Simple terms is what I want right now, I will get to see. And maybe same family, what the kid would see, what mother would see, what father would see, what my grandmother etc. will see are different. So the system needs to now serve. So what really happened is not a static web page kind of a model now, or static site kind of model, right? Now, what happened if you walk into the Navjeevan shop, everything is racked for the same. At 9 o'clock, it's same racking for everybody. Any kind of age group, it comes the same thing. Any kind of weather is the same thing. But in case of web or with the power of AI, you can actually personalize it for the person. But it goes even beyond the person, right? So there are a few points put in below here. So it could be personalized. So what I consume at that particular time, or what are my threats? I'm a spice eater. I generally love, let's say, certain type of food or certain type of products, certain color of products. Let's say if I'm, let's say, buying a washing machine, if my typical buys are white goods kind of thing, I'll only type, it will show white things based on my, let's say if I'm very Instagramish kind of a kid, you might show different kind of vibrant kind of a colored goods, etc. Right? But it goes beyond a personal kind of background called kind of, let's say, to weather also, right? So evening 4 o'clock, let's say on Zomato, generally was showing you, let's say, samosas and all this thing. But if it's raining, it might start showing pakodas also. ये पकोड़ा खा लो थोड़ा मतलब maybe it is good for you to kind of maybe craving for that. So weather element comes into picture, and this is coming, it becomes very interesting, and many of you would not have worried about, but I think a lot of new generation people, when they go to right now schools or anything, they started looking at weather, whereas the earlier generations were not looking at weather. But weather becomes an important element for you to kind of look at from a retail perspective. Third is location, where you are. So same customer, when you was in school, at home, the same person travels, let's say, to some other country, what kind of flavors I would be able to serve, what kind of food, etc., or any other products I would serve would be different. Time of the day, which talked about behavior, right? So you know, right, what also happens, you'll see like sometimes you get, especially I think Zomato does a good job of it, they start understanding your mood also, right? So they will say, maybe you're not feeling happy today, let's have a cup of tea, right? So some of these things is about related to behaviors, right? And behavior can change across seasons, behavior can change based on the context, behavior can change by news also. Let's say some big politician or big kind of celebrity dies, maybe they will just say, hey, why don't you have this? Or sometimes you have a good Bollywood movie releasing, your behavior might be changing, you might be feeling either happy or sad, and accordingly you will map it. And adjacencies. Now, it's not always possible for AI or data sciences to always know you, because you might be the first time coming to that particular website. So maybe the system doesn't know who are you, right? That's where adjacencies kicks in. So for example, let's say in this room somebody is going to Amazon first time. How does he know that what kind of product you might want to buy? So that's what then the adjacencies will come. What is adjacency? Is nothing but, let's say, now if not the person, I know this person is coming on my website from Jalgaon. I know this person is coming at 3 o'clock. I know the person that his weather is like this. I know other 100 people in Jalgaon who might have the same phone, let's say Samsung phone. So I have a context of a device also, using what they bought in last 10-15 days. So I take that adjacency and map to this person and give the, I will serve the particular product. So the adjacency becomes very important for you to target a new set of customers. Something, for example, if you have a shop in Jalgaon and you want to go to, let's say, next city or Dulia, let's say, and you want to set up a shop, how would you rack your first thing? You cannot just wait for customers to tell you, right? So you might take the adjacency of nearby cities or some other shops data, or data from other things, and start tracking your things. That's where the adjacencies come into picture. So that's this becomes very important, I think, for anybody who's looking at retail and AI things, because this is like in banking they call it as know your customer, like KYC. This actually touches about retail KYC. How do you know your customer, and how deeper you can go there, because this is a holy grail of data possibly. Okay. So with that, I would stop here. If you have any questions, otherwise I think we're good. And hopefully I think it give you some data in terms of what is happening in the retail industry, where the AI and data is kind of playing a role. But happy to take few questions if you have time. Any questions? Okay. Feeling sleepy? Okay, okay. So I think before I kind of wrap up, I'll also tell you in retail, right? When I said the jobs, right? There are 1 crore jobs will come in. At least 30% of these jobs would be from a retail industry. So one of the reasons of talking on retail is because retail is everywhere. So 30% of job creation in AI data sciences will happen in retail industry. So just keep your eyes open around this, and I think you should be able to find something very interesting and exciting for your life over a period of time. Okay, great. Thank you. Next बोला नहीं क्या?
क्वेश्चन है?
So, one second. This is important question your friend is asking here. So, what are the challenges of AI, right, in the industry, right? So, I think maybe I'll answer in two halves, right? So, the AI is quite powerful, and your even the computer systems that today are enoughly, I think they support you enoughly that I would say more or less data capturing and making sense of data is a completely up to us, right? As I said, data collection is the easiest thing, but how what sense you make out of the data is important, and it's all on you guys, right? So the challenge remains is how do you sense the data, right? The same stock market data or same retail data, you and him can, I would say, you can sense completely differently. What actions you will take completely differently, right? So that's I think one thing. But the challenges of AI actually is in a when what Madam asked, right? Are we doing ethical data, right? Ethical data tracking. For example, I told you, right? Maybe when you talk about Samsung yesterday, you start getting Samsung ads. That means the apps are listening to what you were talking, right? So that's like I would say that's getting into the gray area or non-ethical data tracking or non-ethical data sensing aspect of it. So that's why there's a lot of thought processes now called responsible data analytics, responsible data sciences. So there is a little bit of a responsibility element into that, but that's a challenge as well as kind of a threat to some extent, right? Because effectively what is happening that we are rewriting the whole world with the data sciences. So we are almost like playing a god, right? What you make out of the data and what you act, right? How you act, you're rewriting that entire rule book, right? The way we are playing, basically fighting wars is fight completely different, whether you use it for war, whether you want to use it for peace, right? That's where the challenges really matter. But that's more like it's a solvable, it's a maybe related to heart and mind kind of a challenge. But otherwise I think more or less systems are there, and the sensible what sense actions you want to take completely depends on you guys. Okay, thank you.
Do we have any more questions? Fine. Thank you, sir, for sharing your time and knowledge with us. We'll be having our second keynote session speaker in a while here. Okay, so for our keynote session 2, we are having Dr. Prashant Shah sir, and he'll be talking about interface of AI and religious theology, understanding spiritual intelligence today. Here I pass the control to Shah sir.
Hello. So first of all, those who are, is my voice clear? थोड़ा दूर कर दूं ना, ज़्यादा सर पर हथौड़ा ना लगे. Before I start the session, I request those who are in the front rows are requested not to move out. Okay, because your blessings are most important for all of us, isn't it, my dear student friends? Yes or no? So we want them to be with us throughout. I understand that they all are having their busy schedules, but still they will definitely be happy to contribute for the sake of creating a synergy amongst our discussions. Fine? Thank you. So let's come to the point. So topic we are going to talk about. Of course, once board is, I will talk something technical. Then probably you people will be more inclined towards having a genuine academic feeling, isn't it? So we will do that. But let us at least read the title. अंडरस्टैंडिंग स्पिरिचुअल इंटेलिजेंस. आपको लगेगा ये कौन सी नई बला आ गई. ठीक है, जो भी है अब उसी पर बात करेंगे, तो डोंट वरी. Summary of the outcome of this session will be none other than understanding this word only, so don't worry, isn't it? And how is it related? And I will be restricting my conversation to a minimum possible level. I would like interaction more than I speak. I want to listen more from you people rather than I convey from my end, because we have abundant of information. नंबर 1. नंबर 2, गूगल देवता की बहुत मेहरबानी है हम सब पर. तो कोई भी उठा करके माइक पे लग जाना वो कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है. फ्रैंक इनफ, टू बी फ्रैंक इनफ, isn't it? What is more important is how you are allowing yourself to be having your brainstorming, isn't it? That is what is the success of AI Summit. For that purpose, even the industrial experts have visited this place, and these people are working since months together so that we can have that feeling. बच्चे आप लोग स्कूल वालों को इंग्लिश में कंफर्टेबल है ना? Medium of instruction, if you want, we can keep a English type kind of thing also. How many of you are not comfortable with Hindi? All are comfortable with Hindi as well as English, isn't it? How many of you are comfortable with Gujarati? How many of you are comfortable with Marathi? But I am not comfortable. So sorry. So the only common platform on which we can talk is Hindi and English, and in between I will just put a sandwich of Sanskrit to impress you people. बीच में संस्कृत श्लोक डालूंगा तो आप लोग को मजा आएगा कि यार ये जानते हैं बहुत विद्वान आए थे हमारे यहाँ. तो मेरी इंप्रेशन जमाने के लिए वो बोलूंगा मैं. Otherwise it is not needed at all. Okay, fine. So topic I have already said. Now before I start, let us go through the agenda. We will talk about introduction, what it is. I am missing Preeti madam. Okay. But please convey my concern. Okay. Acha, marker pen is also there. Not use mine. Okay, so as it is shown over here, we will talk about what it is. We will talk about the technological advancement that have gone through. Then we are trying to create the analogy between the two, isn't it? What are the two? AI and religion / theology, isn't it? So we are trying to see the connection between them, and then you are allowing yourself to be unfolded. So ultimately what it is, तो उसके पहले दोनों समझना जरूरी है, ठीक है? Then you must have heard this word. एज ए बजवर्ड के स्पिरिचुअल साइंस क्या है, कौन सी बला है वो, है क्या नहीं, थोड़ा उस पर करेंगे. Then ultimately we will afterwards, of course, just with the help of Ganesh Patil sir, I think he has gone, isn't it? सब लोग चले जाते हैं यार, अच्छा नहीं लगता है ना सर. आपको आपको भी अच्छा नहीं लगा होगा मैं चला गया था तो. But I was helpless, that's why I had gone. I had to fine tune the slides. So before conclusion, I have added few links. We will refer to few of the links as the time permits, because as I told, mic will be in your hand. Without mic, you will be carrying the control of the class. You can ask anything in between at any point of time, and I will keep on asking the questions. Okay, so let us come to the point now. Something related to the AI, I would look overview of evolution of AI. ये मैं बाद में लूंगा. ये, to be very frank enough, the help of the slides orientation has been taken in yesterday evening only. After I started my journey, my research scholar Deepali Sultan have done something based on my inputs. So slide flow is not exactly what I intended, and the only reason is that I have been in the process of awakening spiritual intelligence only. I visited to the Sri Sri Gujarat Ashram. I had to have an overnight journey to reach to here in time. From Vasad to Surat is around a 4-5 hours journey. So we had covered in the day before yesterday in the night, isn't it? And then we have been here together to discuss something valuable, which I can say the findings of that meeting, where the things were not put liberally. देखो क्या होता है, जिसको दृष्टि से दे सकते हैं ना, उनको बोलने की जरूरत नहीं होती है. जो नहीं दे पाते, सफिशिएंट ट्रांसमिट नहीं कर पाते, उनको शब्दों का सहारा लेना पड़ता है कि नहीं? तो इसलिए सब कुछ ठीक है, पहले तो ये भाव में आ जाओ. जैसे मैं बताया, द वे इन विच आई वाज कन्वेइंग, आपको याद है क्या बताया था मैंने? व्हाट डिड यू गेट फ्रॉम दैट? इनॉग्रल सेशन पूरा ही एक्सीलेंट था, ठीक है. उसमें जो मुझे बोलने का मौका मिला था, उसमें मैंने क्या चीज पर आपको क्लिक हुआ? कोई एक आध शेयरिंग इधर से लेते हैं, एक आध इधर से लेते हैं. देन लेट अस प्रोसीड फर्दर. एनीवन फ्रॉम दिस साइड? यस प्लीज. यस, exactly, excellent. Give a round of applause for her. Thank you. What is your name? Okay, Sah. I am also Sah. In which standard are you? You are in which? Yes, naturally in BTech only you are. I can see from the uniform. BTech second year in computer with specialization in AI, isn't it? With computer science. Fine. Sit down. Thank you. Okay. As she has rightly told, we need to inculcate the sense of gratitude, isn't it? So, because of the nature of the topic we are talking about, let me convey one basic fact. Acha, of course, I think no much introduction about my eligibility is needed in order for you to allow this message to be reached to you. Is it required? If required, then I can give number of stuff which can help you to accept कि हाँ इनको 1 घंटे जेल सकते हैं. वो मानसिकता तैयार करने के लिए कुछ कुछ मैं बता सकता हूँ, ठीक है. और मुझे भी अच्छा लगता है. प्रशंसा तो प्रभु को भी प्यारी होती है. तो मैं खुद ही अपने मुंह पर मेरी कि कोई मुझे नुकसान नहीं है उसमें. तो ओनली वन लाइन आई विल से कि आई हैव टेकन ए लेक्चर सीरीज फॉर मंथ्स ऑल टुगेदर बिफोर लॉकडाउन ऑन वेरी टॉपिक्स which are related to the second half. Of course, रिलीजियन थियोलॉजी में किस तरह से स्पिरिचुअल साइंस अवेकनिंग की संभावनाएं पड़ी है. जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल भगवत गीता, अष्टावक्र गीता, देन भागवत महापुराण, विवेक चोडामणि, on different scriptures like this. I had taken a lecture series. In Parle Point there is a Radha Krishna temple. Of course, few of you might be, अच्छा ये भी खुल के पूछ लेता हूं मैं, what is your, when the second half we are talking about, फ्री फ्लो ऐसा चलेगा ना? फ्री फ्लो थोड़ा क्या लगेगा आपको कभी कभार के बंदर की तरह एक विचार से दूसरे विचार पे जंप करता है, है कि नहीं? बट वो कहते हैं ना भाई, डार्विन ने ही कहा है कि हम बंदर में से ही आए हैं, तो वो नेचर तो जाएगा नहीं। बट इतनी निश्चिंत रहिए, इतना निश्चिंत रहिए कि एट द एंड ऑफ द गेम कन्वर्ज, है कि नहीं? तो एक मैंने इस डोमेन में स्पिरिचुअल साइंस में एक्सप्लोरेशन के बारे में आपके अंदर लाने का प्रयत्न किया। एंड ऑन द अदर हैंड आई हैव बीन इन द एकेडमिक सिंस 3 decades, है कि नहीं? तो उसके लिए ये मुझे कि कितना भी डिस्कशन का फ्लो इधर उधर चला हुआ आपको लगेगा, बट एबल टू maintain the resonance. If you are open enough to maintain the resonance, ultimately you will find a wideband signal. Whom of you will explain what is bandwidth? Wideband signal शब्द यूज किया तो फिर उस पर मैं आ जाऊंगा नेचुरली। ऐसा करने से क्या होता है कि देखो, ये मन है ना, है चंचलम ही मन कृष्ण प्रमाथि बलवत धरम, बलवत दृढ़म। तो भगवान ने क्या उसका उत्तर दिया कि अभ्यास है न तू कौनते या वैराग्य न। अभ्यास और वैराग्य से मन तो चंचल है ही, इतना तूफानी है कि वो काबू में नहीं आता है जल्दी। तो आप लोगों का मन भी इतना जल्दी काबू में नहीं आएगा एज इट इज पहुंचाने में, है कि नहीं? आज तक टीचर्स ने, हेलो, आज तक टीचर्स ने हम लोगों को सिखाया है, उतना अगर हम इंटरनलाइज कर पाए ना, तो की प्रक्रिया का, ये हटा दूं मैं, ऐसा भी मैं बोल सकता हूँ, छोड़ो ना ऐसे ही। Am I audible till last?
are used to find the global minimum global minimum or global maximization operations. Okay, so here are some algorithms which are meta heuristic. This evolutionary algorithms. What is meant by evolution? Do you know what is meant by evolution? Can anybody tell? Yes. Once. Yes, advanced version. Yes, correct. So advanced version of anything, advanced version of anything. So what does this mean? Any object is there or any term, after some iterations it can be get advanced and it is evolved with its properties. Okay, so one algorithm in the evolutionary algorithm. Okay, so let me tell you regarding genetic algorithm. It is there, yes. Okay, I'll tell about that later then. Okay, so all of you got what is evolutionary algorithms. Next one is swarm intelligence. So as I told you what is swarming, like a bird flocking or fish swarming. So these are the swarms, and we are going to mimic their activities to solve some problems in the computer science or any other another problems, any another fields. Now the next one is genetic algorithm. See, you in genetic algorithm, what is happening? There will be parents, fine. Some in the real world, there will be male and female, and their child will be there. Okay, so child is what? Their offspring. Some genes of male and genes of female will come, and then we are getting the offspring, which is called a child. Okay, so what does this mean? This is nothing but the evolution from one gene or two genes to form a new offspring. Okay, so there are some operations in the genetic algorithm like crossover mutations. So this is one another algorithm. In today's class I'm going to talk about swarm intelligence only. Then the differential evolution is there, then evolutionary programming, simulated annealing. So these are a lot of algorithms you can read about. These are all comes under meta heuristic algorithms. Okay, we'll see what are the properties of meta heuristic. So meta heuristic are strategies that guide the search process. Guide the search process means what? We have a search space. Okay, we have a search space and we have some solutions. We have to reach to the optimum solution. So how can we reach to that optimum solution? So this allows us to reach to the optimum solution. Okay, the goal is efficiently explore the search space in order to find near optimal solution. So what is meant by optimal and near optimal? Optimal is the best one. Near optimal means we can reach just near to the best, or we can find the solutions which are very close to optimal solution. Meta-heuristic algorithms are approximate and usually non-deterministic. What do you mean by non-deterministic? Anybody knows what do you mean by non-deterministic? If any solution, we have any solution, there is not a particular way to reach to the solution. There can be lot of ways to reach to that a particular solution. So that is why it is called as a non-deterministic. There is not a particular one way only. Okay, so now we talk about PSO. It is first invented by Roos Ebert, which who was an engineering professor, and James Kennedy, who was a social scientist in USA in 1995. The PSO is invented in 1995. So from this figure, you can just see that these birds are moving in one direction and following its their neighbors or the initial one, which following the best one. Okay. So it is a population-based search method with the position of particle representing solution and swarms of particles as searching agent. So what does this mean? any particle is nothing but a bird, so this bird can be called as a particle. So all the birds will follow the its neighbor birds, and they will reach to the solution. PSO is a robust evolutionary optimization technique based on movements and intelligence of swarm. So as of now, I told you they are following the movements or the positions of birds, okay, and they are reaching to the final solution. They are following this movement and intelligence of the swarms. So PSO finds maximum or minimum value of the function. So as I told you in the previous slide, there was a curve for the minimization. So in the similar way, we can find the curve for the maximization function. Next. Okay, the particles in the swarm move through the solution space and are evaluated according to some fitness criteria. So what is meant by fitness? Whether all the birds will simply go and search to the solution? No, there should be some fitness. What is meant by fitness? Let us say, let us take an example. Uh, if a bird finds a food, if a bird finds food at the distance, let us say 50 meters, okay, and another bird finds the food, let us say 100 meters, so where all the birds will go? Where all the birds will go? The food which is present at the distance of 50 meter, okay. So that's what uh, the fitness is. Fitness here, what is the fitness? The distance is the minimum distance is the fitness for this case. Now, over the time, particles are accelerated towards those particles within their communication grouping which have better fitness values. So, what does this mean? Suppose a bird in their flock, a bird is at 48 meters from the food. So, where all will follow? They will follow to the bird who is at 48 meters from the bird. Okay. Now, a swarm is a set of all mobile agents which communicates directly or indirectly with each other and collectively solve a problem in the distributed fashion. So what does this mean? All the birds will follow to the that bird who is at very minimum distance and collectively, and they will solve the problem in a distributed fashion. Okay, so we'll see the idea. So for now, I have told you the basic idea what is swarm intelligence. So the same has been reflected here. The idea is similar to the bird flock searching for food. So bird can be considered as a particle, and food is nothing but a solution. Now these are some technical terms: G best and P best. So P best is the best solution achieved so far by that particle. Let us say, okay, I'll tell the next one. G best. The G best is a value obtained so far by any particle in the neighborhood of that particle. So what does this mean? If the bird flock is there, okay, and one bird finds the food at 50 meter, one bird finds at 70 meter, one bird finds at 40 meter. So what will be the global solution in this one? What will be the G best global one? If I have three solutions, 40, 30, 70, the bird which is at distance 30 from the food, that will be the G best. And P best is nothing but, if P best is nothing but what? Let us say one bird is traveling from one food, one position to the another position, and the previous position what? Let us say 50 meters, and the next position is a 40 meters, or it moves somewhere else like 60 meters away. So the position where the 50 meters was the best for that particular bird. Okay. The basic concept of PSO lies in accelerating each particle towards its P-based and G-based locations with a random weighted acceleration at each time. So what is happening? First of all the birds will fly in the randomized fashion, and then once they find a solution, they will just talk to all the neighbors, and then they will find the global best solution or the full position. PSO search scheme. So this is what I just explained now. The PSO uses number of agents that or the particles that will be flying in the search space looking for the best solution, and they will fly with respect to their own flying experience as well as the flying experience of its neighbors. Okay, let us say the position x is nothing but the position of bird, and it has its personal best, its global best, and it will be having its new velocity. It will be having its own velocity. It is moving with some particular speed. Now now it has to update the velocity to reach to the solution. Is it has to update its velocity. So let us say first of all, it is flying at some x, with some x speed, and to reach to the final solution it has to increase its speed or decrease its speed, okay, according to the positions or velocities of its neighborhoods. So for that, what is going to happen? There are three terms for velocity updation. First one is the inertia, next one is cognitive term, and the third one is the social learning term. So what is inertia term? This term forces the particle to move in the same direction, audacious tendency to follow own way using own velocity. See, every bird will not follow every time. It will not follow the others. It is having his own velocity. So that inertia weight is the parameter which will be controlling his own velocity. Next is a cognitive term. So cognitive term is nothing but a personal best. The term focuses the particle to go back to the previous best position, which is called as a conservative tendency. Now let us take an example and see. Okay, the basic idea is an individual remembers its past knowledge. Let us say the first food is at the unit distance 100, and next one the bird moved to the unit distance 80. After that, the bird moved to the unit distance, let us say 50. Now where should it move? Okay, the food value is not here, not does not mean the distance. The the function is a maximization function. If the function is a maximization function, so what does it mean? If the value is higher, then I can move to that point. So in this case, in the previous case, one is the higher, 100 is the higher, so it will uh, move to the food where the value was the 100. Now the next one is a social learning term. Okay, so what is meant by social term? This term forces the particle to move the best previous position of its neighbors. So sheep-like tendency, be a follower. So you must have seen the sheep are going, and there will be one sheep, and all other sheep will follow them. Okay, so this is what the social behavior of the, or we can say social tendency of birds or any swarms are. Okay, next. Fine. So see, in this one you can see that the bird one is at the position where the food value is 150. Please pay attention here. Here 150. These are the values. This is a problem of maximization. See, the fitness is a maximization fitness function. So wherever the maximum value we get, the bird will follow that bird which has a maximum value. So there are four birds. Bird 1 is at food value 150, bird 2 as 100, bird 3 as 100, and bird 4 is at the food value 400. Therefore this bird will move to the bird 4, or in the direction of bird 4, which has the food value 400. Okay, now these are some technical terms. This The entire algorithm has been constructed in two equations. These two only equations are there in the PSU. That's why it is very simple one. The first one is updation of the velocity and the updation of position. Okay. Here the x t plus 1, x is nothing but the position of a particle. So how to update the position? The position should be updated with the previous position. Suppose my this position is x, and I have to update the position, then it will be updated with some particular velocity. So the position xt plus 1 will be updated, and xt is my current position, and it will be added to the velocity. But now how to calculate the velocity? So there is the equation for calculating the velocity, that is vt plus 1, that means updated velocity, is equal to w, which is a inertia weight, and vt is a current velocity, plus c1 into some random variable, random number, and into p best minus xp best minus xt. So this is nothing but the change in the position. Xp best is what? The best position of that particle, okay, minus the current position. So this is what the parameter is. And c2 into random function, then xg best minus xt. So this is, what is this exactly? See, this xp best minus xt, or the c into random, this second term is there, no? The second term is basically related to the local best of the particle, local best position of the particle, or the velocity. And the next the third term is regarding the g best, or the global best. The particle should move according to its local best also, and according to the uh, local best as well as the global best also. That's why they have included two terms. And as well as it should follow its own velocity. That's why this w and vt is there. Okay, next. Okay, these are the parameters. So these are the parameters are number of particles, that means how many birds. Let us say this, I'll take this example only. Let us say how many birds are there, and I have to update the velocity of all these birds. Next one is c1, which is giving us the importance of personal best. C2, which is giving the importance of neighborhood best. Vmax, Vmax is nothing but the velocity, maximum velocity, or it should not be too much low or too much slow, or too high or too unstable. It should be some stable value. Then inertia weight, as I have told you about the inertia weight, there should be its own velocity. It should follow its own velocity also, not only just follow the others. There should be some own velocity. That's why this inertia weight is um, considered in the equation. Then Vmax. Okay, so now let us see the algorithm. The PS algorithm pseudo code is like this. First of all, what will be the input? The input is going to be randomly initialized position and velocity of particles. So if you remember, I told in that slide where the graph was there, we have to find the random solutions. Okay, initially we have to find some random solutions and give some random velocity. And then output is going to be position of approximate global minimum or global maximum, whatever. So that should be the output, the optimal solution we should get. Now let us see the algorithm. While terminating condition, when if the termination condition is not come, then we have to follow the next steps. So for all the particles, one to all the particles, calculate the fitness function. Now what is the fitness function? As I told you, the fitness function for every problem is different. Um, let us say the distance minimum, let us say the distance. If a traveling the salesman wants to move to the traveling salesman's problem, if we say, then there there should be a minimum distance. He should travel a minimum distance within a minimum time. So this is what our fitness function is. So that fitness function should be calculated for all the randomly generated solutions. Next, update the personal best and global best of each particle. As I told you in the equations, accordingly we have to update the personal best and global best, update the okay positions as well as the velocity, and we have to continue this loop until we get the optimum solution. Next, okay, this is what the flow chart is. Start and then initialize particle randomly with the position, and initially the velocity will be 0. Why? Because it is not moving anywhere, therefore the velocity will be 0. Then evaluate the fitness values, then compare and update the fitness values with the g best, Now where we have to stop. If our stopping criteria is reached, then stop. Otherwise, again update the velocity. And once we update the velocity and position, again we have to find the fitness value. Okay, and then we can stop. After calculating the fitness value, if we get the best optimum solution, then we can stop. Next. Okay, now let us consider this example. Okay, see these black dots and arrows. So these black dots are nothing but random solutions, and this is a search space. This entire square, if you see, this x and y axis are there. So this is a search space, and these black dots are nothing but solutions. Okay, and let us say these are the some parts in the search space. And now just go to the next. You just look, go fast and just see. Again go back to the previous one, first one. So what can you see here? Okay, just move 1 2 3 times. Just observe this. What is happening? All the particles are moving with respect to, or all the solutions are reaching finally at one particular place. So this can be the local, this can be the global optimum solution. If you see here, the fitnesses, these are nothing but the fitnesses. So the minimum fitness is what? Whatever white space you are seeing here, this is the minimum fitness. And then these are going to be the little more fittest, then fittest and the maximum fittest. So all the solutions has reached to the maximum fittest solution. Are you getting? Okay, now again go back to the previous one, the first one. Now just observe the directions. Observe the directions of all the solutions. Next, next. See, here all the solutions are moving in the direction of the best one. Okay, whichever solution is nearer to the food or the optimal best solution, all the solutions are moving towards the best one. Next. Okay, so now we will see what are the benefits of PSO. Why we are studying this PSO? What is the use of it? Okay, whether this can be implemented in real life applications or not. Okay, so first of all, it is a very simple concept. I hope you all have understood what is PSO, at least a little. Okay, then it is very easy to implement as it has only two equations, and very simple steps are there. That's why it is useful. Then it is computationally efficient. It can be applicable for combinatorial problems, and it is an adaptive when compared to genetic algorithms. It has some social sharing information. There are no operators in genetic algorithm. We have a lot of operations, 2 3 operators we use, but in PSO there is no operators, and it is simple. And PSO ties GA and evolutionary programming. We can hybridize PSO with any evolutionary algorithm. Next. Okay, here is the one. So we can, what is mean by hybridization? What is mean by hybridization? Can anyone tell me? Okay, just combining or use of one algorithm in the another algorithm. This I can call it as a hybridization. So this using this EA operators, evolutionary algorithm operators, we can combine. We can use these operators from the evolutionary algorithm in the PSO algorithm. Okay, to get the efficient to get the efficient algorithm. Okay, next. Okay, now this is the main part. Where can we use the PSO? What are the applications of PSO? So we can use it in antenna design, signal processing, networking. How many of you are not in the CS or MCA department, from other branches, mechanical, civil? Is there anyone from other branches? No, all are from CSCMCA. Okay, fine. So, anyways, in the IoTs and all, we can use this PSO algorithms like in antenna design, signal processing, networking. There are some biomedical applications also. Then designing and modeling, image and graphics, power generation, controlling, fuzzy system, clustering, data mining, optimization, prediction and forecasting. So what does this mean? There is no any application remained where we cannot use a PSO. In most of the application, real-time applications, we can use PSO and we can get an optimal solution. Okay. Now as I have explained you regarding the PSO, let us see what are its strengths. First of all, it is a straightforward concept and it is very simple. Particle swarms fundamentally use two simple formulae. So we have seen two formulas. First one for updation of velocity and updation of position. So only two formulas are there. That's why it is so simple. Then it has better performance when compared with other evolutionary algorithms or intelligent algorithms. Then it can be integrated with many ideas. So we have seen different applications, so it can be used in different applications. It is applicable for both constrained and unconstrained problems. What is mean by constrained? If a solution is there, then there can be some conditions, like the solution should not go some value 5 or value 10 or something like this. So this is what the condition is. There are some conditions or the constraints. So we have seen the strengths. So there should be, wherever there is strength, there should be a weakness. So what are the weaknesses? Let's see. It tends to wander and slows down as it approaches to minimum. Or I can say that uh, it slows down while the stopping criteria is reached, and it gets stuck quite easily and cannot be explored the domain of the search enough. This problem appears when solving multimodal problems where the optimal solution is multiple. Okay, now we have seen where the fitness is, the objective is only if there is a single objective, then PSO works very efficiently. But if multi-objective function is there, then it can have some lower rate of the convergence. Next is experimental settings are still at trial and error stage. Yes, because there are a lot of parameters as we have seen. Some C1, C2 randomization parameters are there, Vmax or the inertia weight. So we don't have a particular value for all of these parameters. Okay, so that's why they are still in the trial and error stage. What can we do in the future with the help of PSO? What are the future directions with this research? Okay, it shows how it affects the convergence of swarm. So we have seen its weakness is what at the time of the stopping criteria comes, it little slows down. So we can work on that, how to converge it, how to get the optimum solution faster, and how to reduce the convergence rate. And we can introduce some new terms in the velocity equation also. So now we have some p based g based value, but we have to think on how can we improve that equations, or is there any parameter who will affect this moment or the positions of the birds or the particles. Now the testing different chaotic maps for controlling the PSO parameters. Okay, so testing, PSO testing has been done in various functions, but some of the complex or chaotic functions are there. So it is little different in the testing. Now, as I said, hybridization can be made with the help of PSO, and it can be solved in real life problems. Next. Okay, there is a MATLAB code for the PSO. But before going to this code, I would like to tell some concepts regarding clustering in WSN, how we have applied PSO in WSN. So can you just open the next slide? Just exit this. Oh, PSO WSN. Okay, so let's apply this PSO on wireless sensor networks. Please pay attention, students. Okay, so next slide. First of all, let me tell you the introduction about WSN. What is wireless sensor networks? Can anybody tell me what is wireless sensor networks? The name itself suggests. Anybody can just tell? Yes, the network of sensors which are connected wirelessly. Okay, so these areas where are this can be used? Where can we use WSN? Any applications? Can you tell me? Where can we use WSN? Any application? Yes. For the security purpose, we can use no. In any societies, apartments, we can put the sensors. Okay, and those can be connected wirelessly. Any another example? Yes. Walkie talkie. Okay, good. Anyone else? Please be louder, or you can just raise your hand. Okay, fine. There are a lot of applications where we can use wireless sensor networks. So basically, what is happening? What does this WSN consist of? It consists of different type of sensors, microprocessors. There will be some trans receivers and memories will be there, and each sensor in the WSN will perform different activities. What are the activities? First of all, it will sense the entire environment. Okay, and then let us consider one example. Let us say there is a forest. Okay, and in the forest, um, lot of sensors are deployed in the forest. Okay, now all of them are sensing different parameters from the environment, such as heat, let us say temperature, humidity. Okay, and if there is any moment, or let us consider there is a event occurred, let us say one fire. Okay, fire event occurred due to the heat. Okay, so what these sensors will do, they will sense the temperature and they will tell the user that there is a high temperature and you have to do some action on it. Okay, so once we get this notification, we can immediately take an action. Correct. So this is what one more example of WSN, which can be used in forest fire detection. Next. Okay, now whether, see, every sensor node will be connected to the internet, and if suppose we are deploying sensors in a large forest, then there can be lakhs of sensor nodes, and every sensor node is sending the data to the user, this is not efficient because it is uh, consuming large amount of energy to transfer the data. So what we are doing, we are going to cluster some sensor nodes or some places. So what will happen, the sensor nodes will send data to the cluster heads, and then this cluster heads can tell us at this point this is the temperature, this is the event occurred, and then we can go to that place only. So this is what the clustering is, and there is a cluster head which will take the information from all the sensor nodes, which is also called as a group leader or the cluster leader. And there is a base station. How do we get the information? All the cluster heads will be connected to the base station. Base station is a device which is connected to the internet. So this cluster heads will send data to the base station, and then this base station will tell us this has happened and you go there, like this. Next slide. So this is the basic diagram of WSN. So these are the sensor nodes. These are the sensor nodes. These are the gateways or cluster heads. Gateways will work similar to the cluster head. The only difference is they will be having more power. So all the sensor nodes are sending data to the gateways, and these gateways are connected to each other or direct to the base station. Okay, now this base station will tell us the events. Next. Okay, now let us see. Let us consider a WSN network or the scenario. There are six gateways and 15 sensor nodes, and which are at the distance. These numbers are showing us the distance. Let us say this distance is 2 unit, this distance is 1 unit, and these are the connectivities with the gateways and sensor nodes. Next slide. Okay, so the sensor nodes with the list of least possible gateways. So what does this mean? Sensor node 1, S1 can be is in the range of or in the communication range of G1 and G5. These are the gateways. G1 and G5 are the gateways. So sensor node S1 is in the range of G1 and G5. S2 is in the range of G5 and G6, and so on. We have calculated till all the 15 sensor nodes, and this is nothing but the mod of how many number of gateways are present in the range of that particular sensor node. So for sensor node S1, how many gateways are present? Two gateways are present in the communication range. For sensor node S2, again two gateways are present. For sensor node S3, three gateways are present in the communication range. Okay, so similarly we have find it for all the sensor nodes. Next. Now what we have done, we are going to apply PSO on this scenario to find the fittest solutions. Okay, so if you see here, we have to generate some random solutions. As I told you, if you remember, in the second or third slide only I told, we have to generate some random solutions in the search space. So for that we have this YIDs. If you see this YID column, it is nothing but the random solutions from 0 to 1. Now all of this connection of sensor nodes and gateways will follow this random numbers, and this is a function, seal function, which I have used to connect one gateway from these two gateways which are in the communication range. So what is happening? 0.26 into 2, what is that? 0.51. So seal of this is 1. That means the first gateway should be connected to the sensor node 1. So S1 will be connected to the first gateway, which is G1. S2 will be connected to the second gateway, which is G6. If you see here, S2 is connected to second gateway, which is G6 here, and S3 is connected to third gateway, which is G5, and so on. We have calculated. Next. And then we have got this scenario. We have got this scenario as a clustered sensor nodes. Okay, so G6 will be clustered with two sensor nodes, G4 is clustered with four sensor nodes, and so on. And now what is the fitness? The fitness is nothing but the average distance, the average distance of all of this. So what is going to be the average distance? Let us consider the G1. So S12 to G1, what is the distance? 1. S1 to G1, 2. So 1 plus 2 plus all these distances divided by 6. What is 6? 6 is nothing but number of gateways. 6 gateways are there. So this is what the average distance is. So the fitness we got from the first solution is 0.23. So this is we have done for only one solution. Like this we have to do for thousands or hundreds or thousands of solutions. Then you are going to get the optimum solution. Next. Okay. So this is for the solution 2. Let us say again these YIDs are different, which you have seen in the first slide. These YIDs are different than that, and in the similar way we have calculated the gateways. Next. And we got this cluster for solution 2, and the fitness is what? 0.2. Next. So the previous one was having fitness 0.23, and the next one is having 0.2. Then we have calculated the same for the solution 3. And next. This is the scenario we got, and the fitness is 0.22. Now if you observe, the first one was 0.23, next is 0.2, and next one is 0.22. Now this is a minimization problem. Next. Okay, this is a maximization problem, as we have taken 1 upon average distance, therefore this is a maximization. So if you see that in the iteration 1, what will happen, we are going to update the velocities, so we find velocities as well as positions, and we have calculated the p based solution also. Next. Okay, in the second iteration, if you see that the fitness has been increased after updating the velocity. Next. In the third solution also, the fitness has been increased. Now all the solutions have got the fitness at 0.27. So what does it mean? We can stop here. So the final solution we'll get is this one. So this is optimized network scenario. Okay, this is done. Now if you want, I can tell the implementation. Otherwise fine. Okay, okay, thank you all. Actually, I was not supposed to tell the implementation, because even if I tell them, you will not understand. If you are going to implement it, then only you can understand it. Okay, so I just wanted to tell you the algorithm and one example of it. So, any one of you have any doubts? Any questions? You are welcome for the questions. Yes, ma'am. मैम एक्चुअली आई डोंट, मतलब अभी लैब नहीं, आई एम नॉट हैंडलिंग द लैब, बट इफ यू वांट टू know the code, I can provide you the code for the previous one. Yeah, that coding is there with me, but in the PPT, I'm not going to do hands on for this. Okay. Okay, ma'am. Anyone else has doubts? I hope you would have understand at least a bit. And where can we see this PSO algorithm can be applied in various and lot of applications. If you see and check the research papers, you can get lakhs of the research papers have done in this PSO. The algorithms similar to the PSO, like GWO, genetic algorithm, lot of algorithms are there. So this is a vast area you can do a research. If any one of you is interested in research, this is one of the good, I can say, way or the topic you can do the research in it. No doubts are there? Okay, thank you all.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, giving knowledge about PSO. Thank you, ma'am, for giving us your valuable time and inspiring and encouraging us with your words. Thank you for all attending the session. Thank you all. Have a nice day. Thank you.